All right, so yeah, we are up and running. This is our day's workshop on unblending, which is a term from the internal family systems model of therapy, and we'll explore more of that later, and an interweaving with the Christ path as given through JM with the Way of Mastery, and really focusing on forgiveness. Um, So the intention really is to bring forth understanding, I suppose, of um, the model of IFS and what unblending is and what gets in the way, why it's difficult, why parts don't want to let go, why it's often very tricky to be in that sense of self or Christ or soul energy within ourselves. And hopefully taking some steps towards, realizing that a little more fully within. And then kind of practicing um, how forgiveness, as Jeshua teaches it in the way of mastery, um, becomes an incredible tool when offered from an unblended place. And we'll play around a little bit with this. We'll get a better idea of what's happening as we go. Karen, I have a number of family events throughout, so yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you very much for that, Karen. And just to say to everybody here as well, like look after yourself. Like whatever you've got going on, that's fine. You don't have to have your video on all day. You don't have to have your video on at all. You don't have to unmute yourself. You can let me know what you need. There will be times when we'll go into breakout rooms and work in pairs. And if you don't want that to happen, you can send me a little private message and I'll make sure that you're not put in a group. And obviously, if you're going to be busy, Karen, then that might not be practical. So we can work around all of these things, but I just want to say there's no expectation, all right, for your participation to look a certain way. You can participate by turning your camera off and falling asleep on the sofa. If that's what your system needs, right? And that is a form of participation. Um, Very often there's this assumption that, in order to participate, we need to be doing, we need to be active, we need to be engaged, and we're just going to park all of that. Like it's understandable that we might think that way, but participation can be whatever you need in the moment. So give yourself that freedom if you can. Um, I will try to stay reasonably active in this role, and we'll see where we get to. I want to say that at any time, if your system feels overwhelmed, there might be a lot of information. You might be like, oh, I just need to zone out for a bit. You go and do that. That's fine. And if you have any questions at any time, you can raise a hand, you can unmute yourself, you can interrupt, you can pop it in the chat box. If you have something you want to share, then just pop in. This is our space, and it's a space for us to hopefully, learn together and to practice together. And I think that's really the emphasis of today is on receiving idea, but also bringing that idea into felt experience through practice and breath and yeah, getting into the felt sense, the feeling quality of what we're doing here. So with that in mind, um, I'm going to invite us to slow down and take a deep breath or two or three together. And if you want to keep your eyes open, it's great. Keep your eyes open. If you want to close your eyes, you can close your eyes. And I want to just give us an opportunity to land together as a group. We have space and time right now and ahead of us to really engage with these practices, these teachings. I want to pause, and we'll be pausing a lot throughout the day today, just taking a moment to come back to the breath and interrupt the momentum of mind and step out of the busyness of the world. I want to extend an invitation to the nervous system, really, to allow space and time today to relax and receive. And just noticing what's happening in your system of mind and body. Just bringing an inner gaze, slowing down, just bringing an inner gaze, noticing sensations in the body. If you're sitting down, just noticing the sensations that are present with the position of sitting, noticing where your body meets the object that it's sitting on, bringing awareness to that. And allowing yourself to notice anything else that's occurring, that's arising, sensations in the body, that there might be thoughts arising in the mind. There might be feelings or emotions. There might be parts of the mind that want to bring in the past or the future as thoughts and ideas. And there might be parts of the mind that want to commentate or narrate or tell the story of this moment or bring in ideas of what should be happening, what ought to be happening. We're just making space for all of this in this moment. We're just noticing. And you might get curious with yourself as well around, like, how is this? Just to notice. So we might begin to notice how it is for us to just notice. Is that something that's easy? Is it something that's more challenging? Is there a tendency to become consumed in thought or feeling or sensation? Is it easy to get lost? And again, these are just observations at the moment. We're just noticing what it's like to notice. And just allowing that information to be present in the mind. And there's no right and there's no wrong. It's just observation. And so today there is an invitation to really invite curiosity into the moments that we spend together, being curious about what's happening, how it is. I'm gonna have the system of our mind, the system of our body, the system of our emotions, the system of our soul and spirit. We're going to use our awareness and this system as a kind of as a laboratory of experimentation and exploration. But we're playing with ideas and we're playing with exploring our unique system of mind, personality, and energy. Just take a deep breath with that. And we're going to try and move slowly. It's so it's so easy to gather momentum and let the mind roll on in increasing acceleration. And I know I certainly can have a mind that gets excited and wants to meet the next moment. So I'm holding an intention to slow down today. And there's something powerful in slowing down, in that it is much easier to notice. It's much easier to pull apart experience. And very often, as I walk through my day, I'm not aware of the experience that I'm having in any great detail. And generally, there's a pace at which I move in the world that denies me the opportunity to truly explore my experience. And I can live through my experiences without really noticing them. I don't know if anyone else can relate to that.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, it's a pretty commonly shared experience, I think.
Mm.
So here we have time together to slow things down so that we can begin to explore in more detail what our experience is. And then as we do that, and as we notice, and as we bring more awareness to our experience, we might start to discover more things about the way that we are generating those experiences.
Mm.
And there's a possibility within that to potentially change not only the way that we bear witness to our experiences, but maybe even change the experiences themselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is sorry. I've got my sheet of paper here, and I've just completely gone off script, which I love because that's obviously what this is meant to be about now. But I'm going to pull it back. I'm going to pull it back. Oh, and I'm going to come into focus as well. I'm gonna pull it back, and I want to talk about safety. I wonder if anyone here feels genuinely safe all the time in a body on this planet. Is that something that you experience?
Is that even possible to be safe all the time?
It's a good question, isn't it? It's a really good question. Yeah, and is it even possible? Yeah, and I think that this is something we can explore today, right? Is it even possible? It's a lovely question to have there in the group. I think from one perspective, if I look at it from the Christ mind perspective, if I look at it from the perspective of soul and spirit, then I would say absolutely yes, it is. And yet, if I was looking at it from the perspective of a part of myself that's identified with a finite mortal body that experiences pain, I would say no, it's not. And here we have this dilemma in a way, right? Because in order to answer the question, we have to really define who we are, and then we have to live as the reality of ourselves in order to experience it. And so that question really gets it takes us, it nudges us closer in. Thank you for that question. It nudges us closer in to some of the core themes of this workshop. Um, and again, I'm going to come back to that because identity is a core theme of this workshop. Who are we truly? And how can we experience more of who we truly are? And I think that question is fundamental to the next however many hours of our lives as we enjoy each other's company in this space. Um, yeah, who are we really, and how do we get to experience more of that? Because I know I want to experience more of that, more of who I truly am. And again, looking through the Christ mind lens, that answer is given of who you truly are. It's understood who you truly are is Christ. Who you truly are is the thought of love in form, as Joshua would say. Um, And yet again, like how much of my day do I spend expressing and being the reality of myself? Well, it varies day to day, but I would say the majority of time I am expressing my not self. Right. So here we are, right? Here we are together, right, with I think a shared desire and intention. Sorry, my camera's just going out of focus there. Ah, that's better. Okay. So yeah, safety. Safety feels really, really important. Um, and there's this whole dynamic around safety that is, kind of a bind. And I want to go into this in more depth this morning, and it's going to formulate the foundation of our first session together, really. Um, which is around, you know, the fact that it doesn't feel safe a lot of the time. For example, right, I woke up this morning with anxiety. Like, why am I feeling anxious? Like, what's going on? It's like, yeah, there's things going on in my life, right, that I can point to and I can go, oh, this is the source of my anxiety. This is the source of my anxiety. But that's all in the future or it's in the past. Right. In that moment when I wake up this morning and I'm feeling this anxiety, the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day. I've got nothing to do in the moment apart from go out for a walk in nature. I've got a cup of coffee, I've got everything that I need. I'm not lacking anything. And yet I'm generating in some form within myself this field of anxiety. Like there's a lack of safety. Fundamentally, I'm experiencing a lack of safety. And it's like, what is that? Like, where is it coming from? And when I really explore and examine, there are all sorts of places that can come from, but none of them are grounded in the reality of the moment that I'm living. So we could say that my anxiety is grounded in a delusion. We could say that this experience that I'm creating for myself is not founded in a reality, but I'm experiencing a threat, right? I'm experiencing in some way, I'm experiencing a threat from somewhere.
Mm.
And then my response to that is that I need to defend, or I need to attack, or I need to get away from it, or I need to collapse, I need to hide, I need to freeze. Like there's all these, very programmed, right? Very deep patterns of response from the limbic system, like the deep primal brain that's just saying to me, like, this is how you need to respond. This is how you need to react to this. So these are cycles of experience. I just want to flag this up for now. I don't want to go too deeply into this just yet, but I want to flag this up as like safety is so incredibly important in healing. Jean, yeah.
Right. Are you saying that when we wake up in the morning, we are just automatically looking around for a dinosaur? Is that is that what you're saying? Something something from the deep limbic.
Well, I think there can be that, and I totally think that that's a valid thing. Sometimes I don't always wake up in anxiety.
Mm,
It's not like this is an everyday occurrence. I think there were dreams that took place last night that impacted this. I think running this course today, kind of just makes parts of me a little bit anxious in certain ways. So there's all sorts of different things, right, that can add into that. And I definitely think that very deep in the core structures of our brain, the brainstem, the amygdala, these fear centers, these centers that are just geared to survival and these primal instincts, that they very much are looking for okay, dinosaur might not be the right but certainly the tiger, or the saber-toothed tiger, or the whatever it is that we are conjuring into our imagination, or expecting and needing to be expecting in order to survive. So yeah, there's definitely that,
Thank you.
and which we'll look at this in a minute, in terms of some of the strategies that we might employ to help us feel a little bit safer. Um, and as I say, I don't want to go too far into that right now, because there is a role that safety needs to play in our day to day. All right, because we're going to be exploring how to allow ourselves to, in Jeshu's was put down the things of the world. Okay, and when he's describing things of the world, he's meaning thoughts, beliefs, ideas, feelings, as well as, you know, the things out externally. And we'll talk more about the definition of the world later. But this idea of safety is very, very important. Um, I wonder who feels safe now. Like, is there a sense of safety now? Is everyone feeling safe? Is there some anxiety? Like, if you just take a moment, let's take a moment and settle into the breath again and just come back into our noticing. And the invitation is just to scan, like to notice, to be with your system, with, you know, that inner eye open to the presence of anxiety or fear. So again, we're just going to be noticing, just like, oh, okay, this is my system. This is my kingdom. This is my queendom. This is the place in mind that is mine. What's going on here? Is there some anxiety, some fear? So just noticing, just observing that. We're going to introduce into this space an agreement, or some agreements. And we're going to play with the way that we can help our system to feel safer. And when our system feels safer, it's going to be more open to relaxation. Because very automatically, a system that doesn't feel safe is going to be activating itself, ready for threat and attack, defense. So muscles become tense, motor neurons start firing, the breath can shorten. Like, all of these things happen mostly at an unconscious level to prepare us for the dinosaur that's about to leap out from under Jean's bed there and get us. It may be that there isn't anxiety, and that's absolutely fine. We're not needing it to be there. But we're going to play a little bit here with what can help to make feel safer. And maybe you have some, you know, some strategies of your own. Like, how do you generate safety in your system? Like, what works for you? And feel free to share anything that comes to mind in terms of, you know, what you might do when you're feeling anxious or when you're feeling scared, if that's an experience that you are familiar with. What might you do? Dear.
Yes. Thank you for bringing up fear and waking up anxious, because this is my experience since the last few weeks, where I wake up really tense and anxious.
Mm.
And it is weird because when I wake up and my consciousness kicks in, I have all the tools to mitigate and manage, and I really feel calm every day. And I cannot consciously access this source of fear, of anxiousness, but it definitely is there. I can feel
Mm.
it every morning since a few weeks. And
Mm.
It's really interesting that that's been occurring for you. I'm wondering just at this stage of today, and I think maybe we'll revisit this more as the day unfolds. But I'm curious to know what strategies you employ to help yourself to come out of that anxiety state into a more calm place. What would you do?
well, I would call it, honestly, not giving a fuck. I
I was
seriously,
not expecting that, but I
okay.
appreciate it.
I mean, all these are just thoughts, emotions, etc. So I just,
Right.
okay, let them be. Okay, I have a thought, I have an emotion. Okay, that's fine. Sometimes
Okay.
I treat them as children, and I'm
Hmm.
just the observer. Uh,
I
and
like it.
it
Hmm.
works. It works. Calmness kicks in, and I can do things the way I want. It does not
Hmm.
affect me in the part of time when I live consciously. But as soon as I let it go in a sleep, or as soon as I let my thoughts guide me, I get lost in my everyday life,
Hmm.
and I realize, I'm acting from a perspective of fear or anxiousness, and yeah. So
Hmm.
what I do is in other words, maybe not giving a fuck, but yeah, not engaging with
Yeah.
with those elements, just observing them and accepting the way they are.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm really happy you started this topic, because there is something for me to discover.
Hmm.
As I stated, like, I can perfectly deal with almost every emotion that can happen in my conscious life, or at least what I think of and what I can experience. But but I cannot deal with the subconscious that is there, and I have no clue what is there, and
Hmm.
it is there, and it is disturbing me sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, I really get that. Thank you, dear. Feels like there's quite a lot in there. It's like, yeah, not giving a fuck, but it's really like kind of accepting, you said, being in acceptance and being the observer of this. And those are really beautiful, kind of qualities of for I suppose creating a little space, like and holding space for the feeling, for the emotion, without becoming it, which I think is really important. And also, I just want to acknowledge that I hear that, you're aware of something in the subconscious, like there's something in the unconscious that's generating anxiety, right? So I really hear this. There's something there, and you're not sure what that is. But it's present in some way, and you're able to manage the experience of that, but what it is hasn't fully come to the surface yet. So I want to really acknowledge that. Um, and who knows what today might bring. Um, but we
Thank you.
certainly space here. You know, if that wants to come forward in
Uh,
some way. You're right, Jean. You talking to your cat?
well, I've got one on my knee and the other one's just trying to come in through the door
Okay.
and calling. So
All right.
I'm in bed though. I don't want to get out of bed. I'm really comfy.
Fair enough.
Um,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
so yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
So yeah, this idea of safety is that there's many different ways to create safety, and to help to facilitate that. And I want to go through a couple here. I love this idea of not engaging, of being the observer, and that's kind of what we're practicing right from the outset here. And there'll be more of that today. I think it's a wonderful strategy. Um, and equally, there is a requirement to have some capacity within that, to be able to not get consumed in the feeling or fully identified with it. There's already some space there, um, which is really important. So I want to flag that because I'm very aware that I don't always have the capacity to meet my anxiety in that way. Um, so so sometimes it can be like, oh, I am this anxiety, I am this emotion, I am this feeling. And it can be that level of identity that makes it very difficult for me to approach it in that way. Um, and I know that that can be frustrating for myself, and I imagine for others as well. I wanted to talk about agreements because I think agreements are often overlooked as a way of generating safety.
yeah.
And
Could
yes,
I
Jane.
could I just say something before you move on? Just
Yeah, please do.
just that I often because I find it often different days, different things work. It's not the
Hmm.
same. I can't do the same thing every day. Some days what I do works, and then some days it doesn't. But what I'm doing at the moment is I'm going inside my body and feel more safe actually inside my body.
Hmm.
So it's so I'll sort of sometimes I'll talk to my body, um, or give it some healing, or just just be if there's a lot of fear there, go and sort of say hello to my kidneys, and it's just sort of going inside. It always feels really nice,
Hmm.
and it's not so much observation and stepping back in a way. It's the other way, going deeper
Hmm.
inside. And I mean, sometimes I try and observe, but if I can't do that, then I'll go inside and just then you feel really safe then.
I love that. What I love is like we've got these two, strategies, these two practices, that kind of seem very different, right? They seem very different, and yet they're bringing about a deeper sense of safety. And I love that. And in a way, it kind of makes a mockery of any teaching, right? Because which I just want to, because it is very individualistic, right? The journey is very individualistic. And as you said, Gene, it's different one day to another.
Mm,
One day it might be like that's exactly the right process in order to move towards a deeper sense of safety. And another day it might be that it is movement and just being with and holding in that way is exactly the right field of energy to be with. So, in a sense, there is this this requirement for discernment, I think. There's this requirement to know your own system, to know what works for you. And in this space, we're just exploring and playing really with some different ideas. And I just love that there's this kind of like, yeah, you have this which is working for you, and you have this which is working for you. I have my own things. Like for me, reassurance is just like I love reassurance, like to kind of hold myself and say it's okay. It's okay. And kind of let that message reverberate through my system, I find to be very, very powerful. Um, and we're going to come back to agreements. God, I'm so glad I got it written down. Agreements can be really, really helpful. And I'm just curious to offer an agreement for the group. And it's a really simple agreement. And the agreement is that today, whilst we're in this group, um, the invitation is to come into an agreement that we respect each other, that we support each other, and that we use this space for ourselves and for each other. So I'm wondering if we can come into an agreement for that. Is that an agreement that you feel that you could agree to? Do you feel that you could agree to respect? Thank you, John. Respect each other and be there for each other and for yourself. So there's a yes for me. I can definitely agree to that. It's a yes from Karen.
Same here.
Same.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
so we've got this agreement. So we're coming into a field of agreement.
Mm,
Okay, collectively. So we're all individuals. We're all individuals here in this group. Okay, but we're forming an agreement for how to use this space. And I just want us to take a breath with that and just see how that lands in the body. See what happens in your system. We're going to slow it down. Noticing what happens in your system when we formulate an agreement. It's an agreement for each person in this group, including yourself. We're just letting that agreement settle, really, in the system. And that's the system of yourself individually, but it's also the system of our group, because we are all a part of this system. Any reflections on that? Any questions, any reflections, just on the receiving, the creating and the receiving of this agreement? I can notice in myself, for example, that initially there was a spike in anxiety when there was a sense of, oh, within this agreement, I now have a responsibility to others. And there was a spike of anxiety. It's like, oh gosh. But then there was this process of allowing it to settle. And it was like, yeah, I am responsible. And so is everyone else. And everyone else has agreed to that responsibility. And I'm a part of that. And actually, that then my anxiety dropped. And there was like a grounded presence that arose in my system. Felt like, kind of like my body felt a little bit heavier in a good way. And there was a deepening in breath very naturally. and a relaxation. So this is a way, I believe, and you know, there's been some research into this. So this is a way of creating a sense of safety. Just one way. And the reason that we're exploring safety is because we're going to look at reasons why some of our parts don't want to release identification and let go of the self and experience more spaciousness in the system. And that reason predominantly would always come back to a lack of safety. So we're looking to resource ourselves, right, in internally within our systems. We're looking to create some ideas, some resources, some understandings, how we might move towards generating more safety. And agreements is one. Orienting is another one. And orienting is a very simple process. And Jean, you might like this one. Orienting is where we might just look around and just bring some reassurance to ourselves that there's nothing in the space that we're in that wants to kill us. Right? So we're looking, have a really good look, really look behind, because that's often the place where we expect the greatest threat. It's like, I'm going to look under my chair. It's like, yeah, there's nothing there that's going to kill me, or even wants to kill me, or even remotely is thinking about killing me. There is a very small spider up in the corner of the room, but as I live in the UK, I'm pretty sure it's benign. Okay, so having a really good look around, like, and continue reassuring, like, there is nothing here that wants to kill me. Take a deep breath. And you can affirm to yourself, okay, all right, so this is like physically, on a physical level, like there is nothing in my immediate environment that wants to kill me. Like I am safe. There is safety here. Seems so simple. It seems so simple, right? Almost ridiculously so. It's like, of course, there's not anything here. But what we're doing is we're going to speak this through the whole system, and I'm going to get into that in a little bit, like what that means, what I mean when I'm talking about the whole system. But we're just going to let that drop in. We're going to say it through the whole body, through the whole mind, through the space around the body. It's like there is nothing here that wants to kill me or us. Like we are safe in this space. So that's agreements and orienting. This is called to orient in the space. Reassuring, we've touched upon, just to be like, yeah, there is nothing here in this space. And you know what? Like within my system, I'm okay. Like I'm okay. And you might have your own phrase for reassurance. It might be something completely different, whatever it is, but it's a great resource. It's a great resource to express reassurance into the system.
Yeah.
And does anyone else have any other ways to feel safer that they want to share that could be of benefit to the group? I'm going to say self-touch as well. And I see that John has his arms crossed and Idir has his arms crossed. And I'm going to join you in crossing my arms because that as well is an expression of comfort. You know, it often gets mislabeled, I think, the cross-armed as being like, you know, kind of
Yeah.
guarded or do you know what I mean? But it's actually a really lovely expression of self-comfort. And I know that I can feel a lot of reassurance and safety through safe self-touch as well. So I'm going to put that on the list as well.
So I'd like to share something
Yeah, please do.
about what you just did, or we just did. It was so obvious that there is nothing threatening me in around, yeah. And
Yeah.
uh, my thought then was, of course, there's nothing. The threat is not something I'm aware of, but still, okay. I will do this exercise anyway. So let's notice, and my body, my gut, released some tension even by acknowledging that there's nothing.
Yeah.
And I was certain that there is nothing that I was afraid of, but there is a part of me that was afraid of something,
Yeah.
apparently. Yeah.
Thank you for that idea. That's it's a great firstly it's a great observation, right? That you're bringing awareness to your system and you're going through a process and then you're seeing that there's an impact. So you know that there's something in the unconscious that's been affected, right? Because you're like, I wasn't aware of this. Of course, because there's nothing here. You do the process, something's changed. It's like, okay, so there must have been something within the system that was on guard against threat, even though your conscious mind might say it's absurd and ridiculous. What we could deduce from that for a part of your mind, it's not absurd and it's not ridiculous. It's a reality that it lives in, and it may well live in that reality all the time until you bring reassurance in this way. So this is where it starts to get really interesting, right? Because these are the hidden places within. And what impact are they having? I can't remember who said it. There's some like statistic that and it was one of the great psychologists, you know, said like something like 80% of our lives is created from the unconscious.
Yeah.
Like, there's a tremendous power there of creativity that we don't tap into because it's unconscious. And until we bring it into consciousness, then we don't really know what we're doing. Right. And that's certainly my experience of life. It's like
Same here. I have no clue what I'm doing.
it's, it's another agreement we can come to. Yeah. All right.
And
Where are we at?
I was going to say breath is a big one as well.
Ah, thank you, Jean. Yes, absolutely. God, how did I not have breath on there?
Yeah, because I mean, there's so much, because especially down my spine, I get huge amounts of stress. And so just breathing into that, just relaxing my spine through breath or anywhere else
Yeah.
that gets, it's really helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Mm.
mean, thank you so much. I have no idea how breath wasn't on my list. It's probably one of the first things that I naturally go to,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, in terms of that, like, like coming to safety. So breath is a huge one. And, you know, so much of our experience is happening, as we've just said, through an unconscious, you know, structure, and that affects the nervous system. And then the nervous system will activate in certain ways. And, you know, like very often, like I work with lots of people, I work with people therapeutically, and I see how there can be parts in the mind that hold on to experiences from early childhood, or they hold on to experiences from past lives in the soul history, or they're holding on to experiences that have been handed down through the generational line and the genetic materials. And these experiences are very deeply embedded in the unconscious, and they're often deeply traumatic. Um, and those parts in the mind are usually very hypervigilant to absolutely ensure that that kind of experience never ever happens again, right? Because it's just so painful. And that hypervigilance leads to this activation in the nervous system. And actually, it leads often to filters of perception that misperceive all energies coming in through the filter of that trauma. So that, somebody can walk around the corner, it's a dark night. You're out walking, and someone walks around the corner, and you've jumped out of your skin and you're on guard, and before you know it, you've run away or you've attacked them, and they meant no harm whatsoever. It is there's an over reactivity in the system, and I certainly notice that in my relationships. I don't know if anyone else notices from themselves an overreactivity in their relationships or an overreactivity in someone else. But this is often what it's embedded in, is that our nervous system is being hacked from the inside in order to create these experiences of great intensity in the face of really quite lukewarm experience. There's a great value of this work of coming to bring a deeper reassurance to the nervous system, learning how to instill a sense of safety within self so that these parts, these experiences can learn to find that there is a spaciousness and a presence and a love and a field of forgiveness in which they can allow themselves to unravel and unfold and be seen. And that's very much a part of what today is about. So breath allows us to hack the nervous system in the opposite direction. Which is what I absolutely love about the breath, because when the nervous system is activated, into a fight flight response, for example, the breath shortens, it's sharp, it's in the chest. We're ready to go. And this breath itself creates a feedback loop to the brain saying, it's not safe here. Right? So, and then the brain goes, oh my God, the breath is going crazy. We must make the breath go crazier because it's not safe here. And this is how people end up in that whole hyperventilation thing, because there's this feedback loop to the brain. The brain is saying through the nervous system, it's not safe. And then that feedback is given back to the brain. So if we can come in the middle with our prefrontal cortex, with our rational brain, and say, hey, let's take a deeper breath and let's get that breath into the belly, then we can start sending a signal back to the brain through the body to say, actually, you are safe. Yeah. And there's nothing happening here that really warrants that level of response at the moment. So the breath is this incredible tool through which we can recalibrate not only the nervous system, but the signals that are being sent to the brain about the level of threat that we're engaged in. So yeah, thank you, Jean. It's only one of the most important points. I've written it on my sheet now in capital letters. So I won't let that one slip by.
That's really interesting and intriguing. Like, breath is so, I don't know, primordial, essential, as taught by Joshua, and I do yoga every few days, and I meditate every day, and breath is there every day. But it didn't come to our collective heads. What we do, we breathe, yeah, to relax, and that's
Mm.
intriguing. How it's so obvious that we forgot to mention it, and
Yeah, yes, it is.
almost all of us. Sorry, not all of us.
Yeah, yeah, no, thank God for Jean in this space. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it is so fundamental. It's a very, very crucial part of the Jeshua's pathway, the way of mastery. Um, and it is something that affects us on every level of being. It's physiological, it's physical, it's emotional. It affects the psyche, the psychology. It affects us at the level of soul. Um, so it is fundamentally meeting us on every level. Our breath and the way that we breathe is absolutely integral to the way that we experience. Um, so I'm glad that we had this opportunity to include it. Hmm. So we're going to move on. I think we've kind of covered safety and we've touched upon some really deep points, and I'm really glad of that because we're going to deepen as the workshop goes on today. We're going to have a little break. We're going to have like a water in, water out break. So, use the bathroom and do what you want to do. We're going to come back. When we come back, we're going to do a practice called waking up the hands. And waking up the hands is a beautiful, simple practice for regulating the nervous system. It does many other things as well, but that's another workshop, not this one. But it really helps us to get into the present moment focus, sensation-based focus with the body and the mind. What you will need is a simple object. Like I've got a crystal here, so I'll probably use this crystal. Just any household object. You could use a pen, you could use anything that's small. And when you come back, if you could be really comfortable, and if you've got a pillow to put on your lap as well, so your arms can just rest on the pillow with your object. The ideal position would be to have some backrest, maybe some headrest as well. Just be really super comfortable. This is the most important thing because what we're wanting to do is to switch off the movement of our motor neurons, and the motor neurons are the neurons in the brain that spark through the nervous system, telling our muscles to move. We want to disengage as much as possible from the movement of motor neurons so that we can open up our response from the sensor neurons because we want to take in information. We don't want to be giving it out. Okay. So we're going to come back at 20 past the hour, hopefully all ready to dive into our process and practice of waking up the hands. All right. See you in a little while. 20 past. We are, we're back. I'm back. We are going to move towards our practice of waking up the hands. Hmm. So this practice is from the Wheel of Consent School, which is an incredible body of work that has been brought through by Dr. Betty Martin. So just want to acknowledge Betty and the, the whole school that she's created around the Wheel of Consent, which is incredibly deep, and I highly, highly recommend for everybody on an awakening journey to engage in this work. And this is the first rung on the ladder of the Wheel of Consent work, and it's the first practice that we engage in, waking up the hands. So we've already spoken about about busyness. We've spoken about the speed at which we journey through life and how very often when we're journeying so fast through life, we forget to pay attention to what the hell's going on. Uh, we kind of end up in this, this kind of semi-conscious blur that we call life. And actually, there is opportunity for so much more. Um, and I only know that because I have momentarily touched it and touched upon it at times. Hello, Meredith. Morning. But there is a vast ocean of experience that's possible. That for the most part I'm not tapped into. Um, and I don't think I'm alone in that. So this practice is an opportunity. It's an opportunity primarily for the way that we're using it to regulate the nervous system. Um, and through that regulation, create a sense of deeper safety. So that's the primary focus of what we're doing here, and it's a wonderful tool for that. Um, but this is also about learning to, as the name would suggest, wake up the hands. I see Meredith has started waking up the hands with the cat, which is a great way of waking up the hands, if not the best. What happens in life, generally speaking, is that as a very new being on the planet, as a child, as a baby and a toddler, we explore, and we explore with great innocence. We explore our own bodies, we explore the world, we explore with our hands, and generally with our mouths, right? It's like anyone with children or has been around children will know that they love to put things in their mouths. They love to taste things, but also the lips have a tremendous amount of nerve endings, as do the genitals, the anus, and yeah, fingertips. These are the areas that are most innervated with nerve endings. So they're the most sensitive areas. They're the areas where we can take in the most amount of information from touch. Very often, we get told not to put things in our mouths. So that stops. Right? That's a big no, right? From a pretty young age, it's like, don't put that in Israel. Don't put that in your mouth. Get that out. So that's out of the question. And then it's kind of like, oh, don't touch yourself, Freddie. Oh, don't touch that. It's dangerous. Don't. And so we get all these messages. We get all these messages that says, don't touch. Don't explore the world through touch. It's not safe to do that. You get told off for it. It's not innocent. We get shamed for it. And what happens is that the movement of sensor neurons becomes inhibited. And the movement of motor neurons is just what we end up knowing as an experience. And motor neurons just move. We're doing. So we do things with our hands, right? We do things, we fix things, we hold things, we grasp things, we move things, we do things with our hands. And they're not tools of exploration anymore. They're not tools through which we can explore sensation. They are tools for picking things up. And through picking things up, we can label them. It's like I've got my mug of tea. I'm not actually experiencing my mug. Yeah, cheers, John. I'm not fully experiencing. And this is a big part of what today's, I'm not fully experiencing. I am at best 5% experiencing. And I'm not experiencing because I've learned that it's not safe to do that. And then it becomes very automatic for me just to do with my hands, with my body, with my mind. So I'm going to slow it down. We're going to slow it down. Now, for this practice, and this practice is about waking up the hands. It's about getting in touch again with touch, right? It's interesting play on language, isn't it? That we lose touch. Right? Oh, I've lost touch with that thing, right? I've lost touch. I'm out of touch with so and so, right? And actually, we lose touch with the sensation of touch. We become numb. Now, we do that because we needed to in order to survive. But we don't need to survive like that anymore. The invitation is to relax the body. And we've already spoken about these motor neurons. And very often, when we have motor neurons active, when we're engaging our core muscles, when we're sitting up straight, when we've got our head up, we're engaging motor neurons. And it tells the brain we are in doing mode. Idir has got the right idea here. Check him out. Look, it's just, as they say in India, aramse, like super relaxed. Like, yes, that's what you want to be. We want to disengage the muscles. We don't want the brain to need to be firing motor neurons to say we're doing. Because very often when we're doing, we find it almost impossible to notice what we're experiencing and feeling. Until we get really, really good at this. Now, I thought I was good at this. I thought I was pretty good at this. I've just been on a week's workshop. I was not good at this. I thought I had it down. I'm pretty good with objects, but then when I got another person involved, it's like, my God, yeah, I learned a lot. I learned a lot. So the invitation is to relax the body and take your object, whatever it is. I've got a little crystal here. So just take the object in your hands. Have your hands on a cushion, right? So again, you're just wanting to disengage the motor neurons as much as possible. And we're going to have 5 minutes. Let me set a timer. We're going to have 5 minutes of just exploring your object with your fingers as it lies on your lap, just exploring the object and just noticing with your fingers. Now, often it's easier if you hold your hand still and move the object on the fingers, because then you're not engaging the motor neurons in that hand. And if you find it easier to experience a sensation like that, it's going to be telling you something about your relationship with touch whilst you're moving. So we've got 5 minutes. I'm just going to settle into that, really relax into the experience of touching your object. And I'm going to invite you to slow down. Like however you're touching your object, I'm going to invite you to slow down by half. And bring the focus of your awareness to your fingertips. and becoming acutely aware of what information you can receive in your brain through your fingers about this object. And sometimes you might want to stop moving altogether and simply breathe with your object. And come back to the slow exploration, texture, temperature, shape, angles, smoothness, softness, hardness. And you might want to try taking your object and moving it on your other hand so that you get to experience how that feels when your hand is still, but the object is moving. Just noticing, again, we're just noticing what's in your system, what your experience is, and bringing curiosity to sensation. And slow it down. Okay, so that's 5 minutes. So 5 minutes. Ah, we're waking up the hand. We'll just take a few minutes now just to savor the experience, just bringing awareness to breath, body. And what did you notice through this practice? And if anyone has any reflections to share. or questions? John, hey.
I noticed my hands didn't really feel awake until the very end. And it was challenging because I was consumed with jealousy over Meredith with her cat.
Yes. Yeah, I think we might have to, ban cats unless we all get one. Maybe we should have a cat petting workshop. I think that maybe that would be a good workshop. I hear you, John. I'm really curious, John, as well. Like, what what was that moment like for you when when you realized that your hands were waking up? What was it before and what was it after? And could you tell us some more about that if you want to?
I don't know that I can put that one into words. It was kind of this, oh, yes, I have hands. Look, I have fingers and they can touch, and aren't they amazing?
I love that. Thank you. Wow. I'm just kind of digesting what you just said. Like, wow, look, I have hands and they can touch. Aren't they amazing? It sounds so simple, and yet there's something very profound in that. Hmm. Thank you. Hmm. Yeah, I notice my system kind of relax and my heart open hearing that. Does anyone else have any reflections or questions on this practice? Idir, you will need to unmute yourself. My lip reading skills are very
Sorry.
limited.
Yeah. This made me realize that I am so disconnected from my body when I completely focused only on my hands and the object.
Hmm.
It felt like the colors were faded and the sensation was away behind the curtain. And I really had to put some effort into feeling more, experiencing more, this experience more lively.
Hmm.
Well, uh, that's there's so much more potential and to explore within what I'm feeling.
Hmm.
That's it.
Hmm. Thank you,
Thanks.
Meredith.
First, I'm sorry for inciting jealousy with the but for me, I've done this practice a few times now, and it's interesting to me how they cut back off. I mean, they just I feel like I can when I practice multiple times, I start feeling more sensation, but I have experienced a gunshot to this hand, and this hand, it's just it no matter how much I practice with it, it feels dead. I mean, it feels like sometimes even neuropathy pain. I mean, it just feels like I can't really receive information from it. I feel like I can kind of push energy out from this hand, but as far as receiving, it's just kind of cut off. Now, this I get a lot more sensation from. But it's a continual practice, I feel like, and it's interesting how quickly it can just go back into default mode.
That is so interesting, Meredith. Thank you. And we're going to go into forgiveness later on this afternoon, so I'm sure we'll find a way to forgive you for that jealousy invocation. But it's fascinating, isn't it? There's such an obvious trauma, right? You've had such an obvious trauma in that part of your body, and what I hear you describing is that it's much, much more difficult for you to receive sensation, even though I'm assuming that none of the other nerves are affected on a physiological level, right? This finger is missing, but there's no other trauma to that hand, yet the sensation is blocked because obviously something somewhere is saying it's not safe to feel this. Um, I was, Shall I share that story? I'll share this story very, very quickly. Um, Lauren was telling me about somebody at her Wheel of Consent workshop last week who had witnessed in a car crash somebody's hand being cut off. And as a result of having witnessed that, not their hand, somebody else's hand, they had cut off from all feeling in their hands. So just the imagery and the effect and the impact of that trauma as an experience, visually, perceptually, there is this profound impact on their own nervous system because there's something within them that's saying it is absolutely not safe to allow sensation through this part of the body. John?
I met someone once who said the most traumatic thing in his life was witnessing someone else being humiliated.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that, and I wonder, and we'll get into more parts-based things. I wonder what that has activated within him, like within his system. I wonder whether what it's triggered within him, and yeah, it's very, very interesting that the witnessing of something, or the correspondence that we might have in our system can be intensely traumatic. And we'll look a little bit more at why that is and what we might be able to do about it. Hopefully, we're not just going to stir up everyone's trauma here and look away. So I mean, this is an incredibly profound practice. It is so unbelievably simple, and yet what it begins to do is it begins to take us on a pathway of re-imprinting the deep limbic nervous system. And it does that through allowing us to approach the receptivity of our touch in a safe environment and at choice. And that's something that has not happened throughout our lives. Very often, our touch has been either shamed or touch has been done to us in a way that we had no capacity to consent to as a baby, or that we had no power to consent to as a child. And so our nervous system learns that touch happens prior to consent, and it happens in a way often that we have no voice around. And this body of work with Betty Martin is a way to begin to re-imprint those deep limbic patterns of acquiescence or fight flight in the face of touch, and the way that we close down our experience of life, right? We close down our very experience of what is an extraordinarily beautiful system of of exploring and communication with the world and nature because of a lack of safety, often through a inability to voice our choice. Um, and that's probably another workshop in itself. So we'll we'll steer ourselves back, and we'll come out a little bit of this. Is there any other reflections or questions just before we move on around this? All right, super. Well, we're changing gear and we are coming out of the bodywork of Betty Martin. We're heading into the world of internal family systems, which is just an incredible, beautiful, and wonderful thing. And I want to say that, all of these things for me integrate really poetically into the Christ mind teachings of the Way of Mastery as well. Um, because there is, especially through the Jeshua letters, if you've come across those, but there is this movement to awaken the body to the reality of Christ. There is this movement to become the incarnation of the living spirit. And to allow that fully is to um, activate the nervous system, to purify these avenues of experience through the body. So there is no obstruction. We become unobstructed. Yeshua calls it like cleaning the pipes of our channel so that we become a vessel that can channel the light of God. And when the nervous system is inhibited through a lack of safety, a big part of that is that we close ourselves off to the light of spirit, to the movement of God herself through her creation. So there's this deeper opportunity here. As we waken up the hands, for example, what are we're waking up the nervous system to allow the flow of life as an experience through, which actually feels beautiful. And then we begin to be able to experience more fully that which we are, which is the love of God. So that's the plan. Hopefully by the end of the day, we will all be experiencing ourselves as the love of God. And it will have been a roaring success. Yes, John.
Is internal family systems the same as family constellations?
There are similarities. However, from my understanding, family constellations is a body of work in which you work externally with individuals representing or in surrogation for members of your family. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So there are similarities in that we're working within a system-based framework of understanding. Um, and the internal family systems therapy has come out of family systems therapy, but not constellations therapy. So the distinction there really is that the constellations is working in a field in which other people are representing and surrogating for members of your family. And indeed, there are people working with IFS constellations now as well, which is amazing work. And I know if anyone has the opportunity to work in constellations, it's incredible. It really is an amazing system and body of work. But internal family systems was birthed out of family systems therapy, in which Dick Schwartz was working very deeply in the 1970s, um, and was working with families and was starting to see that there were patterns of family systems that were showing up internally in his clients. And he was starting to see that his clients had internalized essentially, familial voices, and then had, you know, distinct and identifiable parts within their own system of mind that were presenting in these ways. And then he started working more and more with people. Um, what I love about Dick Schwartz is that he, you know, he studied as a psychotherapist, and you know he is very much into the science. He worked really hard in universities and university colleges. He was under observation all the time. They would observe each other all the time. They would give each other feedback all the time, and they came to the conclusion that what they were doing wasn't working. Right? Which I'm just like hats off. I just love that, right? When people are like, hey, you know what? I've just spent the last 10 years of my life, right, learning something that doesn't work. And thank God, you know, thank God, you know, he had the humility and the presence to say, this isn't working. What could we try next? Um, and he was working with clients, and they started to present in certain ways. And he experienced where he was working with clients and he would go towards their pain. He would go directly towards the point of wounding and directly towards the deep emotion. And he had a client he was working with, and he did this with them, and they left the session. He was thinking he'd done a great job, and they crashed their car. As soon as they left his office, crashed their car. And in the same week, he had another client who he worked with in the same way, left his office, had a fever of 104, 105, ended up in hospital. And he had another client as well who had another accident in that day, and somebody else who was like cutting themselves and had a big attack of cutting themselves after doing the same process of work. And they came back to his office, you know, and they're saying like, this has happened. And he's like, what's happened? Like, why is this happening? Like, we've gone to the pain, we've worked with this. And what he discovered was that there was this whole system, and it really came up from within these beings that he was working from. And I love that as well, that he said that his whole system has come from his clients. His clients have taught him the system of therapy that is now the fastest growing therapy on the planet, and for very good reason, because it models and speaks to, in my experience, the reality of my internal world. So it's kind of like when I open the book and start learning about it, it's like, oh my God, this is how my mind works. And then when I work with other people, it's like, it's how their mind works. And it's like, hang on a minute, that this is how our minds are constructed. And so it's a great gift, I think. Um and for me it dovetails really beautifully with the Christ mind path and with this what it does is it takes the expression or the idea of ego and it completely pulls it apart. And I think that whenever we have the opportunity to pull something apart, it's of great value because we can see how it works, right? And without doing that, I think we can get very, very lost. So the term ego is this, you know, kind of semi-nebulous, you know, kind of very broad spectrum idea of something that we have. Um, and the IFS really takes that and says, okay, well, let's have a look and see what's in there. And it says that there are parts, and there are many parts to this system of mind. And the parts take on different roles. Some of the parts that we call exiles, that are called exiles in this system, hold the pain. Actually, I'm going to draw a diagram um, just because it's helpful and also because I've never done this before and I think it's going to be fun. Can everyone see the whiteboard? Yeah, you can see the whiteboard. Great. That's great. All right, so we're going to draw a little diagram here and we're going to put our exiles at the bottom. So here we have exiles. Now, exiles are these aspects of creation that have experienced deep trauma, usually. And that deep trauma um, can be embedded in the history of this life. And we would say that it's a contemporary trauma. It's come from young childhood, or it's come from an accident, it's come from an incident. Something's happened that has overwhelmed the system. It has overwhelmed the nervous system, it's overwhelmed the limbic system. It's produced such a shock of emotion that it cannot be processed. That trauma can also come in the form of a complex trauma over a long period of time of sustained traumas. For example, growing up in an environment where there is violence or lack of love, or blame and judgment. It can also come from past lives. So, depending on your belief system, I think everyone here is pretty universal in their spirituality of some description. So, I think I'm going to be able to say that, quite confidently with everyone here that there is such a thing as the journey of the soul through many incarnations. And those incarnations often hold within them a shock of trauma or a complex trauma. And they live on in the soul and they can become embedded in the form of the body through the mind. And they can be individualized as exiles as well. So the exiles really hold this depth of emotional trauma. Oh, well, that's bigger than I was expecting. Okay, we've got a lot of emotional trauma here. I love that. Can anyone relate? Oh, I don't know why that line's turned up there. What are you doing there? Okay. I don't know why that line's there, but it's okay. Um, so the exiles hold this. They hold it. This is energy. Let's remember this. This is energy that has been too much to process in the system. Right? So by its very nature, it's overwhelming. Now, what happens is that the exiles often are extremely sensitive and require um, a lot of support, but they carry a threat to the system as a whole, and the threat that they carry is the threat of overwhelm. So they threaten overwhelm. Let's just. So who can relate to having a threat of overwhelm? Being like worried, like deeply fearful of being overwhelmed in the system. Yeah. Emotionally overwhelmed. So we've got this trauma, the exiles are holding this trauma, and the threat to the system is overwhelm. So this threat is understood, and what comes into play are something called protectors. Let's have a splash of color. So we end up with protectors. Now, protectors come in various forms. Protectors can be managerial in nature, and managers do just what we would expect managers to do. they manage. So they're going to say, let's move through life in a very busy way, right? Because the busier we are, the less space there is for our emotional trauma to push up, right? But this is um, really how the world works, right? This is it's like let's be super busy so that we don't have to look at this, which is why when I come to a space like this, I want to slow everything down and begin to notice what's actually there because we start the process of making space. Another type of protector that we have is a firefighter. Now, firefighter generally comes in when the manager has failed. So the managers can have all sorts of different strategies to keep the emotional trauma away from the whole system. They can become very aggressive. They can become violent. I have known managers and do have managers, protectors in my system that have self-harmed, that have cut the body. Um, I have managers that desperately want me to leave the body and leave this planet because the trauma down here is all linked for me in that particular exile with having a body, right? It's like just being here in this body is absolutely unsafe because it has resulted in intense trauma in past lives. And the manager's solution to not triggering this is to destroy this body. So that's one example of how my managers work. Now,
Manager or firefighter?
that would be a manager. That would be a manager. My firefighters come in when the manager fails and this trauma comes up. It's a good question. When the manager fails and this energy starts to make its way around, then the firefighter's going to come in to block it. And the firefighters for me used to be alcohol and drugs. Now it's generally food. Right? It's gonna find a way to numb my system down. Right? We gotta stop the feeling from coming up. Right? This is not safe. Right? This energy is coming up and it's attacking the limit of my tolerance, the limit of my capacity. It's threatening to overwhelm the system. All right. And then above all of this is self. And self energy is directly connected with the divine. It is our true beingness. and there is this consciousness. Is that right? Yeah. A part of the issue, right, is that this consciousness kind of gets a bit confused, right? It's like, oh yeah, I am the I am, right? I am this divine beingness, and really this area here, this is reality in terms of Jeshua's map, right? This is the reality of heaven, right? And I can experience it right now. I can be the reality of heaven within my own system of mind and body by aligning with being in identification with myself as Christ. However, it's very often that I'm here, right? And just to make matters a little bit more complex, I can have self-like parts, right? Which are managers, and they've been paying attention, right? Like they're my managers who have read The Way of Mastery, right? These are my managers who have taken like the Wheel of Consent course, who've done the breathwork courses. They've learnt all about self. They've read the IFS books. They've been on the courses. They've done all this stuff, right? And they've learned. It's what Jeshua calls the spiritual ego, right? Now, these parts love to be up here, pretending to be self, because they get listened to, right? And the fundamental foundation of everything beneath this red line here is fear.
You speaking about self-like parts gives me headache.
Yeah, sorry, it did too. And we're
Thank
gonna
you. Thank
look.
you.
We're gonna go into some practices. Like this is a lot of information, right? There's a lot of information here. All right. And the reason that I'm giving all this information is because it's going to help us map what we are intending to do through our practice of unblending,
So, sorry,
right?
I want to rectify. It does not give me headache because it's boring, but it gives me headache because it's touching something within me, this hidden self-like part. This is what I wanted to clarify.
I totally get it. I mean, I totally get it, right? And I think some of the most painful moments in the journey for myself have been when I have realized that I am in myself like parts. So I totally get that just talking about self-like parts can be activating for the system. I really thank you so much for naming it, Idir. I want to slow down again, right? Because I think I've got into that momentum of mind. So I want to take a pause here. And thank you so much for bringing that to me. Because the very essence of this challenges the foundations of who we think we are. And that's not to be taken lightly. Especially when we are identified in these places of fear. And generally, what these places here feel that they need is a sense of power. And what we're doing is we're coming along and we're saying, we would really like you to give up your power.
Uh, I'm not getting the last part
Okay, thank you.
about who wants what part to give up its power?
Your managers,
Manager. Okay.
your firefighters, your self-like parts. This
And,
emotional trauma that exiles is a deeply disempowered space.
and how
This
does it
is,
look like to
yeah,
give up power? If you could give an example of this, because
yeah, of course, of
I want to
course.
touch it.
Yeah, the power is here. This is where the power is, right? In this consciousness.
Yes.
This is the power, right? So the protectors and the managers, they try to pull your consciousness here so that they can have the power in the system,
Okay.
right? Your consciousness is creative power. Let me just put that in there. Creative power. Now, we spoke earlier. Do you remember we spoke about the unconscious?
Yes.
Yeah. We could say that everything below this line is unconscious. And the deeper we go, the more unconscious it becomes. So when our consciousness as creative power is pulled here because these parts, through their fear, believe they need power, we lose our self-consciousness and become identified in fear and our trauma.
So, in other words, it's the manual how to feed fear.
Yeah, the fear is trying to feed itself by pulling us into what we might call lower mind, what I would call the world, right? John.
Would it be fair to say they use fear to convince you to listen to them?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk a lot more about that. We're going to talk a lot more about that because there is this dichotomy. And the dichotomy is that there is a sense of needing fear because fear is what keeps us safe. We'll get to that in a bit.
And in case you're gonna cover it, I mean, can we just ignore them, the protectors, or
Mm,
try to?
we can try to, and I wish you all the very best of luck with that. Um, what generally happens is that without the protector's permission to approach the exiles, we are going to experience a huge backlash. So what we want to do, and this is the Christ mind perspective. Here we are. This is seek ye first the kingdom, right? Here we are as consciousness, and we seek first the kingdom or the queendom within by coming into alignment with self. And we do that through the practice of unblending, which is what we're going to be learning. And it's a process and it takes a lot of practice. But when we have created that alignment, okay, then we can begin the process of building relationship here and here. And through relationship, we build trust. And when there's enough trust, then we can bring the energy of self, that which is pure love, to abide in perfect forgiveness. And we'll get to that with our exiles in pure presence as Christ. And when that happens, we can reintegrate the system into wholeness. You did. You're muted, my friend.
Sorry. In your reply to John's question, I think that I ignored those parts, subconscious parts, for a long time, and I
Mm,
believe the effect of that was me nesting myself in this spiritual ego part, uh,
yeah.
which I felt like some time ago that it was fake, it was not true. And like the only way was to acknowledge those parts that are subconscious, but it's really I do struggle to access my subconsciousness. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the system is set up to protect, right? The system is set up to protect. Every part here is trying to protect you from this because it's overwhelming. So it makes sense, right? The very nature of the system is to keep you out of here. The very nature of the system is to keep this unconscious because it's perceived and only perceived as being too much until we can bring enough self energy into play that we can convince these parts that we have the capacity to hold it all.
mm.
I just want to say this is new to me. I've heard it, I guess, in different ways, but this concept is new and it's very exciting. Thank you.
Mm. You're welcome, John. You're really welcome. Yeah, the system itself from Dick Schwartz, I think, is for me. I mean, as soon as I picked it up, it's like this is a reality. No bad parts. The book there that Meredith has is well worth a read. and for me, one of my gifts is innovating, integrating, taking a system like this, saying, "Hey, look, there's a correspondence here with the Christ path." It's like, this is seeking first the kingdom. This is, this is bringing the energy of forgiveness. So really, there's this beautiful overlap for me. And in my experience working with myself and with others, it works. And I think that that's, the proof of the pudding, as they say, is in the eating. Um, so yeah, I really appreciate this. Do we have any more questions? Ilia, how are you doing?
Uh, really good, thank you. It's I didn't really know why I'm here, and I still don't know, but some bells start to ring, and I start
Hmm.
connecting some dots.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this barrier here, right? This barrier here is very strong. Right? This is sometimes referred to as the veil, right? This is the veil between dimensions, if you like. You could put it that way.
Yes.
This is the world. This is us in heaven. And this is the veil of consciousness where this is all happening and we're creating from here, but we're not aware of it until we are. And this system really helps us get in touch with how we're operating as a soul, as a human being, and gives us the opportunity to truly heal, you know, this. I'm aware I've made lots of squiggles. This this picture's getting more and more complex. So I'm going to stop putting lines on.
Makes
Jean, did
perfect
you?
sense to me.
Good. Jean.
Is there anything above self-consciousness? Or I can't see
Yes,
um
God. There's
on the
nothing, I
station.
haven't written anything above that.
Just got that.
But, you
Okay.
know, God is up here and through everything,
Right.
right? So,
Okay.
so God,
So,
God is there, but God is also
uh,
absolutely everything, you know.
okay. I wasn't sure if I was missing something higher up on the page.
No, no, no. It looks like an arrow, doesn't it? It's a little,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
little, it's a little
Right.
arrow there. It's not a greater than sign. That would be very, you know.
So it's a way of going from emotional trauma to God. Is that the
Yes.
general? That's
Oh,
the general idea,
I
is
love
it?
that. I love
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Or
Okay.
conversely, we might say it's a way of bringing God to our emotional trauma.
I really
I
like
love
really.
that, Gene. That's beautiful. Yeah, exactly. I should have just said that, shouldn't I? Would have been much simpler. So this is the internal family systems model. And then just to really clarify, this is one cluster, right? So this is just one aspect of mind. And this would be related to one trauma. So you might have one exile, you might have one manager, two managers, three managers with that exile. You might have a couple of firefighters with that exile. You might have one firefighter. But this is just one constellation within the system of mind. And every trauma will have its own exile and its own system. Within the system, the wider system of mind. Now, this is why very often the journey of healing feels to be quite confusing, especially when we have it labeled as ego, right? here's ego, and I need to heal my ego. But ego, when we take it apart, may be made of 60 different pieces. And in order to heal, it's very probable that we're going to need to get to know a lot of those pieces. Now, it may be that you've got several exiles and the managers are kind of similar across the board. But the foundation of this model is about building relationship and establishing safety and trust so that we're not coming into the system going, right, time for change. I know I've got all the answers. I know exactly what's needed here. You do this, you do this, you do this. It's like, good luck. Right? Really, really good luck with that. And we're going to go into in some depth how to approach this system from the perspective of Christ in a field of forgiveness. And well, that really is what this workshop is about. So I am going to, I'm going to save this so that I can send it out afterwards. I really enjoyed using the whiteboard. That was great fun. I'm going to do that again. So I know that that's a lot of information and it can be clarifying on one hand and confusing on another. And I just want to name that. And like, I just want to invite an okayness with whatever your experience is around that. I don't expect you to just absorb this. Like, that diagram will be available. I will leave links to resources to explore this further. It's a complex and involved system. And we're scratching the surface of something that people study for years and years and years. Okay. There's not an expectation to truly have that landed. Um, and I think there is something uniquely valuable about knowing and understanding that model in terms of navigating our own journey towards wholeness, which I think is probably why we're here. It's why I'm here.
It is really powerful.
Hmm.
And now I understand a friend of mine told me in a specific way that he does not agree with IFS. And now I
Hmm.
know why.
Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. There's a part of me that wants to know more, but I'm also like, that could really derail the whole workshop. So,
Uh, yeah, I'll tell you about it offline. Sure, no worries.
yeah, unless you think it would serve the group, or if it sounds like it might bring more confusion than clarity. I don't know.
Okay, so in a short way, I felt this headache, uh, and that person simply, I have the feeling that's felt some discomfort. She wanted
Right.
to run away from and said, "Oh no, it's not for me. It does not feel good because it's
I
painful,
get it.
because it's difficult to control."
Yeah,
Mm.
I totally get it. And we could say that one of her managers came up because one of her exiles felt threatened by the system because there was the threat of exposing something in the unconscious. So the manager came up and said, this is not for us. But the interesting thing is that that response probably didn't come from the reality of herself. And so we can begin to distinguish, oh, yeah, there's probably a part that's trying to protect the system from feeling. And for me, inherent within that is a sense of compassion. It's like, oh, there must be pain there to need that response. Meredith.
Yeah,
Um,
I wanted to speak to that, that I have a manager part that I've recently, through this work, come to know that really believes that it's not safe to be in that energy when I'm out into the world, when I'm working with people that are just moving through life on an unconscious level, or if I'm having to do things at work and just out in the public. There's just this manager part that says, nope, not safe. You have to be in this role. You have to, and it's a self-like part that just takes over and is running the show. But that's the only way that it perceives safety because everything else feels like such an attack, that it's directly coming to me. So I can
Mm,
definitely understand the fear that some of these parts hold.
mm, thank you. I think that's such a great description of what managers do, right? They help us to function in a world that is not attuned to self energy, right? They protect us. They help us to align with a world that is fundamentally, you know, embedded in fear. Yeah, thank you.
um, yeah, could I just ask you?
Hmm.
I know there is a term that um, uh, people use in spiritual development. I can't remember what it is exactly, but where there's a part of you which is spoiling things, and so it's something that can make something go wrong when something seems to be going really well,
Yeah.
so that you are not able to move forward because that part's frightened of what happens if you do move forward.
Yeah. I,
Does
I wonder if the term you're looking for is self-sabotage.
That's the one, thank you.
Yeah,
Does this connect in with that then?
absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely. I, it's really interesting because there's like the more I learn about my system, the more I want to approach it in a way that is truly honoring. Because the more I see of my system and the more I get to know my parts and my protectors and my exiles, I recognize more and more deeply that they are trying to do what they think is right. And there are terms like self-sabotage that, to me, in my system, feels to have an inherent judgment to it. Like self-sabotage is something that's wrong. Sabotage is a loaded word for me. It doesn't mean that that's right for everybody. We all have to make our own decisions about these things, but for me, it feels that way. So then if I go towards a part and I say, "Hey, you're self-sabotaging," then it feels to me like I'm immediately conveying a judgment upon that part. And if I'm conveying a judgment against a part in my system, as Jeshua shares, I am creating more division and separation. I'm not moving towards union. And that's it's really beautiful because we're going to go towards that in a little while and really looking at the nature of judgment in the mind and how to operate in a way within our mind coming from self. But there's a whole piece around the way that judgment is utilized and this terrible dilemma. Yes, John, we're going to break in just a couple of minutes. So you absolutely will break and then we'll come back. I definitely need to take a few minutes, I think. Ah, so that's a lot to absorb. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to settle into the practice of unblending, and hopefully that will help to, you know, give us an idea of what we're trying to do, and we're trying to bring ourselves up out of that layer of parts and identity with parts and lift the consciousness into alignment more and more with self energy, but we'll also be bearing witness to how the parts want to hold on. They don't want to let go. They don't want to give up that power that they have. And there's this whole journey within this, which I think we can probably all relate to in some way of like, crikey, I just want to be Christ. Why aren't I operating like that? Why aren't I experiencing myself as self with a capital S all the time? So we'll explore that a little bit more. Let's take a little bit of time. 37. Let's go till 5 past. Let's have a decent break. All right, we're going to take till 5 past the hour, whatever that hour is for you, and we'll meet back here for practice. Welcome back from our break, everybody. So glad that everyone's back. Nobody's run to the hills, clutching their parts and screaming into the abyss. Yeah, I really want to acknowledge that it can be a challenge, and it doesn't have to be a challenge, and it might not be a challenge for everybody, but for some, and I know in my system, certainly it can be a challenge to, begin to see identity a little bit differently, begin to see that maybe I'm operating from places within mind that aren't necessarily the deepest reality of myself. And that's okay, right? It's really, really okay. I mean, it's just me and 7.5 billion other beings on this planet, right? Who are engaged in exactly that. And it's a wonderful opportunity to bring more awareness. To the nature of mind and our human earthly creation, and what a gift that is, to see ourselves a little more clearly. So yes, identity, and we've really touched on this idea of the way that, our consciousness, our awareness, who we are, can be pulled and drawn into these different parts. And I love this expression of like kaleidoscoping. It's like we can kind of seamlessly kaleidoscope through these different parts so that I don't even know it, right? But I can wake up and I'm in one part, and then mid-morning I'm in a different part altogether. It's like I'm a different person, and oh God, and then someone says something or does something, and there's a trigger, and then I'm in a different part, and I'm in a different place, and I'm in a different response, and I'm in a different energy. And I might say things that that part over there would never say, or I might, you know, and on it goes, and there's this seamless, and without bringing awareness to the nature of the different aspects of mind, it's very simple to kind of say, oh, this is me, right? This is my personality, I can be difficult at times, it's like, oh, I have this response to that energy, and I have that response to this energy. And of course, with this model, we can start saying, okay, that part in my mind that is created to protect or is embedded in a fearful experience in the past, that part that is not who I am, does not define who I am, reacts in that way to those energies. And immediately there's a shift I notice in my mind and awareness when I start saying, yeah, it's not me, right? I don't react angrily, right, when someone uses the last of the milk and I want a cup of tea. It's a very British problem, you know. It's like, oh, that's my part, right? That reacts angrily. when somebody's used my milk, right? And I don't have any now for my tea. There's a distinct difference in this. And that difference is that I'm not identified with that part and behavior anymore. I can acknowledge it. Yeah, this behavior happens. And I can acknowledge that when it happens, if I'm not aware of where I'm at, I can act as if I am that part. And that's okay. But I can take a moment and a breath and I can step out and I can say, oh, yeah, that's that part that really gets activated by that. It's not who I am. It doesn't define me. I don't have to listen to the other part that says, I'm a bad person for reacting like that. I can say, oh, there's a part here that reacts like that. And there's another part here that really judges that part for reacting like that. It's such a different experience than saying, oh God, I get really angry when someone does this, and then I judge myself harshly for doing that. Right? There's a difference in the energy here that is both subtle and profound. All of a sudden, it's not me, it's my parts. It's not to say that I'm not going to take responsibility for my parts. They are my creations, and yet I'm not going to ask my parts to take responsibility either, because they are already embedded in deep fear and need loving support. But I can't be the presence of love whilst I'm being the presence of fear. So if I'm identified with a part that is inherently fearful, therefore my whole system resonates vibrationally in fear, I cannot be the presence of love in that moment because I'm too busy being the presence of fear. It's really, in a vibrational sense, very straightforward, right? If I'm being fear, I can't be love simultaneously. I have to put down my experience of fear and allow myself to be in the experience of love in order to bring love to the fear. And that really brings us to this practice, which I think is probably a lifelong practice, especially when we've got a body, of unblending. Unblending. Now, if I think of what blending is, like blending is this kind of merging with something. To blend is like to be in this kind of, think of liquids, that join together, that kind of come into like a suspension. It's like, you're combined with something, you're blended, merged. When I'm blended with my parts, it is, in my experience, as if I am my part. That is the profundity and the depth of the experience of blending that we have, right, is that I think that I am these parts so convincingly that it seems absurd at times to imagine that I'm anything else. And this really is this incredible mechanism of separation that we have developed in time to give ourselves the opportunity to experience something that is other than God by pretending to become it and pretending so convincingly that we forget ourselves that we are not those parts and experiences. That we've created this alternate reality that we can immerse in so completely that it takes over our entire dynamic of experience in body mind. And we sink into it. And we do so seamlessly that we very rarely register the movement out of one part into another or out of self energy into another, unless we slow things down, we take breath, we teach ourselves to truly notice. It's like, oh, something just changed. It's like, what is that? Oh, I noticed when you said this, there was this contraction in my belly, and I had this surge of anger come up in my chest, and my vision went blurry. My breath shortened, and I had this vision of putting my hands around your neck and throttling you. It's like, maybe, just maybe, the consciousness we are has merged into a part that has a very, very, very different perspective, perception of reality than self-energy. So this is the movement of blending. The movement of blending is to become drawn into this very real experience of illusion, of a conjured reality. Unblending is a process in which we reverse the process of blending. So we consciously make the decision to release self-consciousness, to release the energy of consciousness that we are from those parts. Now that sounds wonderfully simple, right? The problem is that within each part is an aspect, a power of self-energy itself. And it has volition, it has will, it has desire, it has fear. And as we showed in the diagram, what it wants is it wants to feel safe because it's fundamentally fearful. And its movement to safety is through holding the power of self within itself. So then unblending becomes a little more of a challenge when the thing you're trying to unblend from is wanting to cling on to you. John.
So if we choose to, we can, completely immerse ourselves in, say, shame, but that's not us, that's part of us. Um, and I'm just wondering, what about the reverse, like joy?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the teachings are
absolutely.
usually that, we are joy, but
Well, I think that joy is a quality of love, and that when we can come out of parts and into love, then joy is something that might be experienced.
And according to EFS, can joy be uh, not experienced but played, pretended?
Pretended, like what? Like made up? Like faked?
Faked, but without being aware that I'm faking it, because, well, I've been in those states and I felt like
Oh,
separated from everything and almost high. And then, okay, but I'm completely disconnected from everything, and then I realized it was a defense mechanism or a fantasy running away somewhere.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is where things get a little complicated, Adir, right? Because and we'll get onto this more. And actually, when we get into the practice, we'll play a little bit with self-light parts. Because yes, there's absolutely a potentiality. John, was there something else you wanted to ask?
Uh, no, I think Adair hit on it just a little bit more. I was understanding, okay, I am not shame, but am I joy? Like, well, no, that's not you either.
Yeah, I think that these are expressions in a way, and I think that fear has particular burdens, legacies, and expressions, and love does as well. Um, and there is something I can feel kind of what you're heading into there.
I,
Um,
Yeshua just clarified it for me. He said, well, you experience joy.
yeah, yeah, that's right. It's an expression and an experience, right, as opposed to an identity. Um, and that I think that's an important distinction. There are certain qualities of love, I think, that helps us to identify when we're in self energy, when we're in our Christed self. Um, but I would also say that within that space of self, all expressions are available, right? So even shame is an expression that can be utilized by Christ. But I think we're getting very into the detail there. And that again could be a whole hour's conversation in itself. I'm thinking of when Yeshua harnessed the energy of anger, to turn over the tables and whip the moneylenders, all right, which is a very powerful story. But he did that as love, right? That was an expression of love after determining the right course of action of that anger in communion with Holy Spirit. So there's a difference between being in that kind of reactive quality of parts that are incensed, that are in a defensive protective mode, that are rooted and grounded in fear, that can utilize all expressions of energy, and being anchored and grounded in love. And it's really about where that primary identity is, I think, as to what is the content of the form of expression, as Jeshua would say, right? Jeshua would say, like, the form of expression is secondary to the content, and I think that all forms of expression are open to both fear and love. I mean, let's not go down that path. We can start getting into the Bhagavad Gita, and the expression of war, and let's back up. Let's back up and get back onto unblending. So unblending is this movement whereby we engage with our parts. Sorry, my camera's just out of focus there. So whereby we engage with our parts with the intention of unblending. And I'm going to lead us in a meditation. I'm just going to bring up the whiteboard again for two reasons. One, because it helps clarify the what's happening, and secondly, because I really like the whiteboard. It's much fun. This speaks to a little young part of me that likes doing drawings, I think. So we have our self energy and we have our parts. And our conscious awareness, which is very much part of self energy, the parts draw this down and we become blended with our parts and we become lost. We become lost in the world. We forget who we are. We've essentially taken the journey into separation. We have come into a sense of a separate self from the whole. Now, when we're working with our parts, and this is really, 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 really important, it's very helpful to know whether we're in a part or not, right? Because parts are going to be very wary of other parts, and they're also going to be wary of any energies that seem to be wanting to push or force or judge or dictate. And rightly so, right? They're already feeling disempowered in their system. So the beginning of the process of unblending is with request. And we always start with request. We're not going to go into the system demanding unblending because it's just not going to work. You have to think about becoming incredibly aware of how our words and language will be received by parts that are wounded, that are hurting, that might be angry, that are feeling disempowered. We are working within the field of trauma. So we need to be trauma aware. And that literally just means that we bring an awareness to the fact that within our system, whether we can pinpoint it or not, there are going to be places that are holding traumatic wounding for whatever reason. And those places are going to be very, very sensitive. Now, if you were working with, say, a young child who had had an accident and they were hurt and crying and deeply upset, I imagine you would take on a certain tone of voice. You would bring compassion and care. You would bring a sense of holding, reassurance. So this is where we start to look at what we played with in terms of safety. Because really being trauma aware is being aware of how to engage with a system in a way that is truly safe. And that can mean bringing breath, slowing things down, bringing reassurance, orienting, all of these things. And one thing we won't do is impose will. Because as soon as we begin to impose will, two things are happening. One, we're not coming from self energy, because self energy is the pure presence of love. And we're going to come with request. So we're going to say, and you can broadcast this into your system. We're going to go into this practice now. We're going to make a request to all of our parts, and we'll preface this with this simple willingness in our mind just to loosen things up. Like, I am willing to entertain the possibility, right? I'm willing to entertain the possibility that I am in a part right now. I'm willing to entertain that possibility that I am not in self energy and that I am in a part now. And just notice any impact or effect of that within your system. I am willing to entertain the possibility that I am in a part now, that I am operating from part, and that's okay. But I want to bring awareness to that possibility. And then I'm going to speak to my whole system, really, but to any parts that I might be in right now. Would you be willing? And I come to this with kindness and with compassion and with choice. Would you be willing to relax back and allow a little more space here? And simply take some breath and notice what happens in the system. So I'm willing to entertain the possibility that I am still in a part. You know, I can feel in my system a little more space. I can feel something, you know, kind of like relaxing back. I can feel a little more space. There's a different sound quality to my voice. I'm noticing changes. And I'm willing to entertain the possibility that I'm still in a part. Would you be willing, speaking to this part, would you be willing, kindly, would you be willing? And this is your choice. Would you be willing to relax back and allow a little more space here? And would you be willing and would you be willing to relax back, to rest and allow a little more space here in this system? If you don't mind, if you don't mind, I am not here to impose my will. I'm not here to force you into anything. I'm not here to change you. I'm simply here to ask, if you don't mind, would you be willing and would you be able to rest back and give more space in this system? And I'll continue with this. I am willing to entertain the possibility that I am still in a part. I am entertaining the possibility that there is a part that is managing this process of unblending. And would you be willing? Would you be willing to relax back and allow a little more space here? And as my parts relax back, I notice a profound relaxation in my system. My breath has deepened and slowed very naturally. There feels to be more space and time. And I would say confidently that I am in a far deeper experience of self. Now, am I 100% in self? Maybe, and maybe not. But I do know that I am far more in self now than I was at the beginning of this process. And I know that through the feeling quality of my experience as consciousness in this body. And this is the process of unblending. It starts with a willingness to entertain the possibility that I am in a part. And it ends with the request that the part that may be managing the process of unblending rests back to. And there can be many layers to this, many layers of parts that each have some hold on consciousness. It's my experience. So this is a beautiful meditation to practice. And the more it's practiced, in my experience, the easier it becomes, the more trust in time is built between parts and self. And from self, there can begin the process of interacting with parts in a way that is truly healing. Now, this is what Yeshua calls seeking first the kingdom. Seeking first the kingdom. So I'm really curious now in this space what people's experience of that was, and it is, and have some time for questions and reflections before we move on. But we will have more opportunity to practice and play with this in a little while when we are going to combine the process of unblending with the practice of forgiveness in our system. If there are no questions, I take that to mean either people got this, which is great, or maybe it didn't quite land. I don't know. But it's an important part of what's being offered today, if not the most important part of what's being offered today.
So, if I may,
Yeah.
it was strongly rejected by my system.
Okay.
I was dragged into stories, almost like dreamy stories. And I had to
Mm.
fight it to stay focused and to be within. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Idir, for sharing that. That's incredibly helpful. Incredibly helpful. So if you were to take a moment and to acknowledge that these stories came up
Yes.
when you were making a request for unblending and that you became kind of dreamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I wonder if it's possible that there are parts in your system that brought these stories to your attention and brought this quality of dreaminess in response to this meditation. Does that make sense?
Uh, I'm not sure.
Hmm.
I mean, what I feel is that the thing that I mentioned at the beginning, that I wake up full of fear,
Hmm.
and that there is something in the subconscious that somehow wants me to notice that, but at the same time, there is another part that is very afraid of it, and it cuts me, disconnects me from it really strongly. So this is, I think this is what happened here.
Yeah.
I'm getting closer to it, and I can notice this process of pulling the brake lever, you know.
This is great noticing, Idir. This is really, really good noticing. I wonder how it would be for you to acknowledge that this part is working really hard to protect you
Yeah,
from something. And I wonder if you could just let that part know that you get it, that you see that it is trying to protect you. And just notice how that lands in the system. You're not trying to fight it.
this part is incredibly moved to be noticed.
Hmm. Would it be okay in your system to offer that part some gratitude?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for working so hard to protect you for such a long time. And just notice again how that part responds to gratitude. Thank you.
Fear,
Fear.
fear
Yeah.
in my body, my heart
Okay.
rate increased.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. And is that is that from that part, or is it, do you think, from a different part? Is there another part that's bringing that fear? Or is that from that same part that's been
I
putting the
will guess
handbrake on?
it's another part,
It's another part,
but
maybe.
I'm guessing. I'm
Okay.
not certain.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. It's, you know, we guess, and sometimes we're right. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the beginning of how we might work with IFS in a system that is expressing fear and protection. We come with gratitude. We acknowledge that the fundamental intention of every part is the well-being of the system. Every part has good intention.
This is so fantastic. I will be doing this.
But yeah, and we're gonna do more in this workshop around bringing the presence of forgiveness in alignment with self energy into the system as an expression of healing. So there's going to be more opportunity, and I would love to go in and in and in, and my nature is to go in and in and in, and I'm going to pull out now because this isn't the space for that. But I want to thank you, Idia, and I want to thank your parts for giving us an opportunity to witness a part, its role, and begin to see how we might approach it in a way that's truly loving, as opposed to trying to fight against it from another part that thinks it should be doing something different because it's read a spiritual book, right? Which is perfectly okay, right? It's perfectly okay and understandable. But generally, we end up working from a part in a system of parts, trying to create change from a part that thinks it knows what the other part needs, right? And the other part goes, fuck off. And this part goes, I just need to double down and do this a bit harder, right? And we end up in polarity, which is an expression of duality, which is an expression of separation, which is the opposite of healing. The only way to heal is to seek first the kingdom and to come from a place of love to embrace all parts. John, I see you have your hand raised. Would you like to share something?
Um, yeah, thank you for that last bit. Um, totally clicked with me. Trying to find a solution when you're coming part to part rather than from true self to part. Would that be like spiritual ego,
I mean,
like kind of
it,
masquerading?
it is. I mean, generally, it's a manager, right? Generally, it's a manager who learns about IFS or learns about some form of therapy or learns about some form of spirituality and says, right, got to get on with it. I know
Yeah.
exactly what to do now. I've got to kill the ego. I've got to do this. I've got to get rid of this. I've got to cut this out. I've got to cut that off. I've got to make this different, and it's trying to enforce, right? Its will, which is a gnat shouting at the sun, right? We know that it's the same thing, but it's trying to enforce it in the system. And that part itself is calling for love, right? They're all calling for love that we can only give when we are being love. It sounds so simple, right?
The
It's
the other the initial thing I raised my hand for. I don't know if this was the case with Idir, but one of my, either the firefighter or manager, um, one of its protection mechanisms is that I kind of slowly float away and into the mind and get lost in places.
Yeah.
And the solution that I was taught of that is open your eyes. We did it this morning, but with a different intent, I guess, was to open your eyes and look around and say, oh yeah, I'm
Mhm.
here right now. I'm in this room, and
Totally. Absolutely. I mean, it's a yeah, if we can get out of the body, right, and numb everything down and stop feeling, then that's a safer place. It's got to be safer than experiencing whatever the hell we've put in this body, and we've put a lot in this body, right? And it's great to orient. Another option with that might be to say, "Ah, I notice that I'm floating off. I wonder if there's a part here that is generating this experience. And if there is, like, are you all right? Like, is there anything you want to share? Like, what's happening for you? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, is there something I can do?" And then just be in presence. Very often, and we'll talk about this later, very often, the way that I will approach parts is simply to say, would it be okay if I sat beside you? And then I might sit there for 5 minutes, just in silence, just in presence, just being in myself. And I might say, look, if there's anything you want to share, I'm here. But generally, my experience of parts in the system is they have been subjected to the imposition of a lot of other people's wills and a lot of other parts' wills. And so they're generally very defended, and rightly so. And so I find that the best way to be with a part is in presence and patience. And if you can give them that, genuinely give them that without being in a part that's got an agenda, then things can really open up. And when there's enough trust in the part, and there's a whole process, and we won't go too deeply into IFS because we're here to do something else, but there's a whole process of working with the protector to then move into working with the exile, to then helping the exile to release the pain, the trauma, the expressions of emotion in very simple ways, and then to help that part to reintegrate back into the wholeness of self, so that then self becomes whole again with all of the parts. And then that can go on and on and on and on until there is only one wholeness, right? Till there is just God. Karen, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. It's so nice to be here with you. Uh, yeah, I noticed when sitting down, the racing horses. It was like I had a vision of these horses. It's just the momentum of the day, the momentum
Mm,
of doing, basically. And I am familiar with, coming into presence and seeing parts, or seeing certain emotions, like, okay, that's a part, let me be with this. Usually if it's anger, fear, sad, frustration, whatever. But oftentimes during the day when I'll stop to just kind of regroup and recenter, this momentum from the day will be there. And I hadn't noticed until today that I just automatically identify with that. It's like, oh, that's just me, and my doing, the doer.
yeah.
one that like, juggles it all, holds it all together. And to be honest, there's a certain high that I get, a high feeling that I get from just, doing it all, accomplishing it all. So, I just was with that and with the breathing, and it was just so lovely, after a few minutes to just settle back in and start to see like, oh, those racing horses, that's not me. That was a blind spot, something that I had identified with, like I said, certain emotions, I'm quote unquote better at recognizing like, oh, right, that's not me. But as I sat there in the piece, my mother, like an image of my mother came to mind. And I was like, oh, that's right. That she was very familiar within her. And I could see, um, in part, a lot of the beauty that, well, it seems that energy created, when my siblings and I were kids. She ran a very loving, warm, safe household, and yet, she wasn't lazy. There was uh, cooking and uh, just lots of. I guess so. As I'm speaking here, I guess I've equated kind of a certain sense of doing with what is necessary to uh, create some sort of experience, some sort of experience,
Mm.
beauty, wholeness, maybe. So anyway, our
Mm.
time together, the practice ended. So uh, that'll be a further exploration for me. So it was really useful. But I think, like you were saying, there was a sense of gratitude that arose for those energies, but yet I can see that they're really operating from a fear. Um, so, like I said,
Mm.
to be continued.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a great share, Karen, and really good noticing, of what's happening in your system. Fascinating to have your mother's energy arise like that and that association. Um, and it's very interesting, kind of going back to the Wheel of Consent work, and picking out like how we do in order to get a sense of something maybe in the system and how deeply ingrained that is. Um, and that's always something worth exploring in some way, of like, what is that? And, you know, can I get that same sense of wholeness through simply being,
Mm,
maybe?
hmm.
And then can my doing be an expression of that? All right. But that's a whole other story and a whole other workshop.
I,
And a
I,
workshop I see I'm gonna have to run.
I see, and I've known for a long time there's been um, consciousness, awareness, that there's a lot of tension, underneath all of this, and the tension is trying to set the scenario where there'll be peace, but in that reaching and trying to set it up, there's a lot of tension. And so uh, I guess that's the part, even though there's an awareness that's like, whew, like take a break and come from that peace. Like you said, choose the kingdom first.
Yeah. Mm.
But there is maybe more that's coming from, I guess, the manager, saying, okay, you know horses move aside, or that part that is running the horses move aside, let's do it another way.
Yeah.
So yeah, much softer way to appropriate, to meet that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, it's great noticing, right? To be able to see. I don't know if your screen is frozen.
No, I'm just getting another
No.
call, so
Okay. All right.
I'm staying.
Um, Yeah, you know what came to my mind was that wonderful expression of like, and I'm paraphrasing here from Joshua, but it's like you can't plant an acorn, right, and expect to grow a fish,
Mm,
right? It's like whatever you're cultivating and growing out of tension is going to hold the energy of tension,
hmm.
you know?
That's actually the core creation.
It's
Not,
it's it's the content.
yeah.
Yeah, the form might be different, but the content is going to be passed on in some way. And it does seek first the kingdom. It's so simple. It's one of those lines in the Way of Mastery. It's so simple to read past it.
Mm,
He doesn't really hammer it home, but he keeps saying it. It's like, yes, seek first the kingdom. Only love heals. Right? It's like, okay. It's exactly what the IFS is saying. Right? Unblend from your parts, come to self. You're not going to heal anything in your mind unless you're in self energy. Right. And then they would say, well, you need to get a therapist who can hold self energy for you whilst you're going through your processes until you can come and cultivate enough self energy to hold yourself. I love the therapy side of it because the whole idea is to get rid of yourself as a therapist. The whole idea is to not be there as a therapist, to help someone get into their self energy so they don't need you anymore. It's,
mm.
it's it's really poetic like that. But it's like, yeah, do that. Get in contact with love. Bring love into the system. Love will heal. You don't need to know how. When you're in touch with love, love will tell you. You don't even need to read the books or do anything like that. Just get in touch with love and all will be well. But it's not so easy to get in touch with love when there's a lot of parts that are terrified of love.
To get through or to parent through.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm,
yeah. Thank you, Karen. It's a great share. Um, I'm aware of time, and we're going to need to really focus because I after like this morning I was going like, oh, I don't think this is gonna. I think we're gonna finish an hour early. Do you know what I mean? I don't think I'm gonna have enough material to. And as ever, I'm like, now we've got 2 hours left, and I'm like, my God, it's like I'm not even halfway down my list. So we're gonna do the best we can, okay? And we'll see where we are. Oh, we're gonna move on from unblending, but we're gonna come back to unblending because it's absolutely essential. We're gonna again change gears. We're gonna change gears. We're gonna head into the energy of judgment and forgiveness. Um, Judgment is such a profound energy, and whenever I teach anything, I always come to judgment. Um, I always talk about judgment. I don't judge the people I'm with. Before that's misinterpreted by any paranoid parts. Judgment is so fundamental in its nature, and its nature is separation. The very effect of judgment is separation and guilt, and from there, shame. And without judgment, there would not be an experience of separation. It is literally that fundamental and profound. There's some issues here, and they're quite profound issues, in that judgment is the father of fear, and fear is yeah, the energy that in our system we try to avoid and get away from. A part of the problem here is that we employ judgment to create separation from our fear. I'm going to try and write this out on a whiteboard, I think. So we have this fundamental sense of judgment. So here we have this fundamental judgment that sits very, very deep in mind. It's kind of foundational, and it's linked with the initial instance of the perception of our separation from God. And I'm not going to get too deeply into that, but I'm just going to make that a lived with assumption that this is linked with our separation from God in its initial instance. Now, judgment always, and Joshua says this, judgment always elicits a sense of guilt and separation. And in my experience, it's absolutely true that as soon as judgment is present, then guilt and separation follow. And what follows from guilt and separation is fear. So we say that judgment is the father of guilt, and guilt is the mother of fear. When there is judgment, there is an expectation of punishment. Where there is guilt, there is this expectation of punishment. We fear punishment. Fundamentally, we fear punishment. So we try to get away from it. And we try to push this away. Right? Well, what we've learned in mind is the way that we create separation is through judgment. So we judge. But now judgment is our protection. This is how we end up with the legal system. We judge in order to protect ourselves from energies that we do not want.
So instead of processing fear and
Yeah,
letting it through my system, I will judge it that it's not proper to be afraid because I'm 50 and
yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah. All sorts of different reasons. All sorts of different reasons. But what we will do at all costs is we will avoid. We will avoid the feeling of fear. And we will avoid the feeling of guilt. But now, instead of judgment setting off this train, judgment is now held very dear to us because it's protecting us. But the difficulty of this is that judgment always creates guilt and separation. And now we're in trouble. Right? Now we're in real trouble. Yeah, because we have this deep sense of judgment against ourselves for having harmed God, which is an illusion that we've conjured and created in our own mind. But we are so deeply embedded with guilt. And this here is also called original sin, right? This is original sin. And the solution for original sin, for our judgment, for our separation from God, is punishment, right? So who has ever thought, yeah, if I just suffer enough, I'll get back to God? Yeah. It runs through a lot of religions, like the Catholic religion especially, right? You know, the Christian faith especially. It's like I am a sinner by nature, like my fundamental nature is sin. Therefore, I am guilty, and my pathway back to God is punishment. But that's really scary. I don't want to go through that, so I'm going to avoid it. And the way to avoid it is to judge it. And there's another layer to this in which I will project as well. But we won't get into that too much. But look, this guilt and separation over here, that naturally then is going to lead to, yep, punishment and fear. And so we end up in these spirals whereby now I need to avoid that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to judge. Okay, so I judge this here and on and on and on it goes. Cycles upon cycles upon spirals of judgment in order to protect myself from fear. This is the world. This is the foundations of the dream of separation. Spiraling and spiraling and spiraling through these patterns of judgment and guilt and shame, of fear, of punishment, of deep avoidance. Picking up then judgment to keep things away. Like I need to judge things to keep them away from me. Like my fear, I have to keep that fear and I'll project that outwards. So now I'm afraid of you and I need to keep you away from me because you're the one that's causing punishment. So then I need to judge you to keep you away. Like my safety is fundamentally and delusionally conflated with my judgment of you, of the world, of myself, and all my parts. And that it's this field of judgment that keeps away those things in the world that I fear, which is the same to say those things within myself that I fear, which is the fear of punishment from God for the deep guilt of my separation that I have conjured, that I judge myself for. This is why judgment is so foundationally important in the healing of our mind and the restoration of our wholeness. Does this make sense? Or am I talking nonsense? It makes sense to me, and I'd love to hear any questions.
No questions, clear for me.
Good, 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 good. So Jeshua taught forgiveness. And forgiveness is very different in his meaning to that which we have given it. And I want to share a little bit about the Aramaic word that he used, washboklan. And washboklan in Aramaic is the word that got translated as forgiveness. So washboklan came through the Aramaic into Greek, into Latin, into German, and then made it into English. So it's been on quite a journey through many minds. And I would say most of those minds had absolutely no comprehension of the depth of Yeshua's meaning or understanding. And those minds were founded in logic and reason and a perception of creation that was maybe more fragmented than the holistic vision of Yeshua. And in the Aramaic, as we see it now through scholars like Neil Douglas Klotz, who's done incredible work to take the Aramaic and transliterate it and decipher it and bring it back into the mystical meanings of what Yeshua was talking about. Washboklam means to return to original wholeness or to embrace in stillness. And that's a very, very different perspective than what we might consider forgiveness to be. What I take from that is an energetic quality. And that energetic quality is pure presence. To embrace in stillness. For me, is to hold something dearly in the essence of love. It's not a doing, right? Embracing in stillness is not a doing to the thing, it's a holding. And for me, that stillness is presence. It's a holding in presence. And that's my understanding of it on an energetic level. And that's how I choose to bring forgiveness. If we combine that with Yeshua's teachings about judgment in the way of mastery and how forgiveness is that which dissolves judgment, it is that which brings this dissolution of the bondage of judgment in mind. Then we have these very key qualities of energy that we can start to look at and work with. It's like there's a focus that Yeshua is suggesting, I believe, to bring a focus of presence, of embracing in stillness the energy of judgment in mind. He also says that forgiveness is allowance, and this quality of deep presence and allowance is very significant for me. So this is really a complete rewriting of the practice of forgiveness, as opposed to that which might come from a dictionary or from the church, whereby we're looking at somebody who has sinned and we are saying, I forgive you for your sins. Which, on one level, if I look at it through the lens of looking at another and saying, I embrace you in stillness and dissolve you from all judgment, that's a very different quality of energy that we're starting to play in and be with. So this is the next step in this journey together today. And it is to bring a quality of forgiveness as an embrace in stillness of judgment that has been formed in mind in order to dissolve it, and to do that from a place of unblended self energy, which is the presence of love. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good.
And this forgiveness thing is, for me, it's in line with the mainstream forgiveness. In simple words, if someone offends me, then like forgiveness is not a doing, it's an undoing. So the thing that I remember about being offended, the thing that someone did to me stops triggering me and it's transparent to me. So that's forgiveness. I mean, at least I took it this way. Yeah.
I like that. I really
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think, when and maybe we can just play with this right now. Maybe we could just play with this idea, like, or just a curiosity, like, what would it be like in this moment to experience myself and my mind free from judgment? And again, just notice the system, notice mind, notice what's present, notice what arises, notice what's absent. I wonder what it would feel like to experience my mind free from judgment.
That would be not giving a fuck.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah. I like it. Mm.
Would like not played, but show. Calm.
Mm. Mm. And then what would it feel like as we sit here in this present to drop into in mind the simple statement, I forgive the judgments I have formed in my mind. I forgive the judgments I have formed in my mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed on you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. So this is our little practice now, and we're going to go into rooms and we're going to practice it with each other. Hmm. That's absolutely fine, Karen, no problem at all. So if you don't want to go into a room, if you don't want to work in a pair, or if you can't go into a room, you can't work in a pair at this time, please let me know so that I can organize the rooms accordingly. It's absolutely fine if we have an odd number because I will go in a room, and it's fine if we have an even number because I won't go in a room. But you should see in the chat box that there is the text. I'm hoping everybody has that. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed on you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. The invitation is to join with your partner and to go through this one at a time. And you'll have 5 minutes each. So you simply repeat these statements with lots of breath and presence with each other. And one person will repeat them for 5 minutes. And then the next person will have their turn. And I'll have the rooms open for a little bit longer so you have some time to organize at the beginning. Who's going to go first? Who's going to go second? And then afterwards, there'll be time to have a little sharing reflection as well. So whoever is not going and whoever is receiving the words, I invite you to keep your eyes open if you can. Enjoy lots of breath, deep breath. See if you can give the other person the gift of your presence and your awareness. And notice that this really is an opportunity to notice what happens in the system of your body, the system of your mind, and the system of your connection with the other as you practice forgiveness in this way. Okay. Has everyone got that? Everyone got the chat box? Everyone got the instructions? Let's set
So
up
we're
some.
not we're not trying to bring up any specific situation. We're just
Not
repeating.
at all. No, no, no. Absolutely not. No. This is simply a very generic, broad sweep of the forgiveness brush. So we're not into the detail or trying. It's not to say that things won't come up, okay? And that's okay if it does, perfectly okay, but we're not trying to. What we're intending is to get a felt sense of the quality of forgiveness as somebody who is offering forgiveness and somebody who is receiving it.
Oh,
Mhm. Let me just come out of there. Okay. So there's going to be 15 minutes in total, and that's to navigate who's going first. 5 minutes share each way. Keep an eye on the clock yourselves. And then have a little share afterwards and then come back. And I look forward to, yeah, experiencing with you and hearing what's happened. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I return them to wholeness. I embrace them in stillness. I forgive you the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. Welcome back, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Well, we have a little space for reflection, question, anything about your experience. Gene.
Yadira and I shared that just doing that was very healing because we both felt a little lonely in doing this work, and to just have somebody else and meet them in that space just felt really good.
Mm.
Um, and for me personally, the second one about projection was the more powerful of the two. I almost think that maybe my ego figured out a way around the judgment part. It's like, yeah, yeah, sure. But it couldn't get around the projection part.
I love it. That's great. Thank you, John.
Yeah, very, very similar experience. It was really funny to do it with someone for a change.
Right.
Yeah,
Ah.
so I really appreciated this work, and I felt like we were on the same frequencies. And
Mm.
my second observation is the process was easier with repetitions.
Mm. Yeah, thank you. It's a really helpful observation for me to receive. That very much mirrors my experience of this practice as well. And it always amazes me, this practice. I mean, it just always blows me out. I always change the language. I've done this so many times, and every time I do it, I change the language somehow. I simplify it, I think. Um, but there's something profound in terms of connection and the scope of that connection that happens through just being in this energy of forgiveness and intention. It's yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Jean or Meredith, is there anything you'd like to add or to express and be heard?
I think we had a good time. It was just very lovely and very beautiful, and it felt heart to heart. It did. And, I don't think either of us really wanted to come out. We were just setting off for another 5 minutes, weren't we? And then it
All
ended.
right. Hmm.
Mm.
I
Um,
love that.
I shared with Jean,
Mm.
this is, I believe, my first time in a Zoom call doing the forgiveness practice with another female. And there was a
Wow.
part within myself that
Mm.
was craving to hear those words. And it was a beautiful reflection. I think hearing it through another woman's voice and her presence there. Um, I also had changed some of the language and not changed it, but I added in that I see you in innocence. I see myself in it
Hmm.
because that always really, it just that's touching for me. But it's
Hmm.
always, I feel like more powerful to hear it. For me, when I'm listening to her, it brings up so much emotion for me, and just a felt sense of opening towards that.
Hmm. Oh, that's really lovely. Thank you, Meredith. And and yeah, thank you as well for expressing that you changed and added something for yourself in that process. And I really appreciate that. And I want to highlight that as well. That these practices, the wordings, everything that's for me, and I'm sharing it, right? But it's like the unblending practice and the process. It's like I think that it's so important that we all get to know our own system and what's going to work. How do your parts want to be spoken to? What is that tone and quality of energy that is going to work in your system and uniquely in your system? And I can give kind of guidelines. I can say, hey, it's probably not a good idea to go in there with a sledgehammer, and that's probably going to be a part anyway, right? But like coming to what works for you, I think is so essential. It's like your life experiences, your soul life experiences, your ancestral experiences, everything about you is so wholly unique and often completely different to me. We're going to share some commonalities, but if you want to use these practices, like make them your own. Like take them and play with them and explore them. Explore with language, explore with tone, explore with quality of energy, explore with what feels right and good for you. And then you'll unlock right those places within so much more effectively than trying to follow someone else's what's worked for someone else. So I'm just sharing what's worked for me because well it would be daft not to. Right. I'm not sharing what hasn't worked for me, although I'm sharing some of that. Don't go in with a sledgehammer. All right, it doesn't work. Here we are. Right. Um, we're gonna do some more practice. I think that this is we're coming into the last hour now. And really, we have set up these two processes, and I want to bring them together for our last hour. So I want to have the opportunity to share again in our pairs or different pairs. We're going to share a process of unblending. So we're going to share a witnessing of that, followed by the forgiveness process. So we're going to take a break for 10 minutes, and I'm just going to tweak the chat box in terms of what we're going to be doing. But the invitation, and it is only an invitation, you don't have to do this at all. The invitation is to practice unblending and then moving from there into the forgiveness process. So we're bringing those two things together, and we will have longer in that space together as well. So that there'll be opportunity to see what happens, like to really explore what happens in the system when we give more time to that focus of energy in forgiveness and more time to repetition. Because I know what happens in my system is there's just a deeper and deeper sinking in to the quality, the felt experience of what those words mean as a signature of energy, as a frequency of light in creation. And that's really what I know forgiveness to be, is this beautiful, exquisite frequency of light that can be generated in mind and shared for self and others. And that's my intention for the group if we want to head into that. And if you don't want to do that, that's perfectly okay as well. And you can just let me know and I won't put you in a room. But what I did whilst you guys were in a room was I focused on the screen for 5 minutes and I did the prayer myself for people on the recording to receive. So uh, we'll see what unfolds. But right now we're gonna take a break. We'll come back at 10 past. We'll come back at 10 past the hour. We'll have the last 50 minutes to practice, and then we'll have like 15 minutes at the end to share. Just be with each other and ask any last question. 10 past. See you then. You've got another three minutes by my calculation before we're meeting back. Ah. Okay. It feels like today has flown by. It really has, in my perception.
Yeah, it's like we met 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a strange condensing of time in some way today. Well, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for joining again. Yeah, we've got some more instructions, so it's a slightly different uh, beginning to the process. And if you bring the chat box up, you should be able to see that you can, if you drag the corner out, if you can get all of that text in one box, it will save you having to scroll whilst you're in the practice with somebody. And you might need to set that up when you're in your sharing room, but just to flag that up as a possibility. So we're going to start off with safety. So really, we're pulling together all of the three elements that we've been looking at today. So we've been looking at safety, and we've been looking at IFS and unblending, and we've been looking at forgiveness. So in this practice, the invitation is to take time, pause, slow everything down first, and practice safety together. You can orient, you can take a moment to look around. It's like, yeah, it's still safe, right? It's still safe,
With dinosaurs.
right? Yeah, nothing has crept in. No crocodiles have made their way into this room whilst I was on my break. So that's good news. I am safe and reassured. It's like it's okay. It's okay. I've checked the room for crocodiles. You're safe. We're safe. And breathe deeply. And if you want to practice some self-soothing touch, you can do that. It can be really lovely just to give yourself that reassurance, true self-soothing touch. And you can keep that touch if you want throughout the whole process. It's really up to you. And then we're going to open with, I am open to the possibility that I might be in a part right now. And again, this is just a gentle expression. I just want to flag up that that can be said a different way. You can say, I am open to the possibility. I might be in a part right now, right? This is a very different quality of expression, right? That holds within it some inherent judgment. There's no judgment flowing in there. I am open, slow it down, to the possibility that I may be in a part right now. Would this part be willing to relax back and allow a little more space here? For the invitation, when you get into your room, decide who's going first. Take time, right? You're going to have time. There's no rush to get through it. There's no rush to get to like set up the energy, like be with your system, take care of yourself, nourish, nurture, rest. You could tell yourself, we've got time. I don't need to rush. I don't need to get through this. I don't need to take care of the other person. I don't need to manage their experience. This is really for you. And the other person is just going to be holding the space with their presence. They're gifting you their presence. That's all. Go through the unblending however many times you want. You might do that once. No problem. You might go, I'm going to do this a few times. You might spend the whole of your time unblending. That's okay. Just do it until you feel like I'm done with that. And then move into the forgiveness, just as we did before. See if you want to hold eye contact. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. It's okay. It's like whatever feels good and right for you. So this is the practice. And you're going to have 10 minutes each. And you have a little bit of time for sharing at the end, and then we'll come back into the main room. So it's 10 minutes. You're going to be aware of your own time. You can set a little timer on your phone if you want. And we are going to go into the breakout rooms. Everybody ready? John, are you with us? Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, relax. Take your time. Slow it down. Observe your system and enjoy. Okay, I am going to see if I can. Yeah. So I'm going to practice with you. I'm just going to take a moment to orient. It's okay. Like it's really okay. Yeah, it's okay if you have feelings, emotions. Just speaking to my system, to my parts. This is a safe space. We are safe right now. And I am open to the possibility that I may be in a part right now. I'm open to that possibility. And I ask, would this part be willing to relax back and allow a little more space in this system? If you don't mind, would you be able to rest back and give more space in this system? Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I am open to the possibility that I may be in a part right now. I am open to that possibility. Would this part be willing to relax back and allow a little more space in this system for myself? If you don't mind, would you be able to rest back and give more space in this system? Thank you. I appreciate you. And I am open to the possibility that the one who is managing this process of unblending may be a part that I am in. I am open to that possibility. Would this part be willing to relax back, to let go, and allow a little more space in this system? Would you be willing and able to rest back and allow more space in this system? Thank you. I appreciate you. I am open to the possibility that I might be in a part right now. Would this part be willing to rest, relax back and let go? To unwind and untangle itself from myself, to enable more space and clarity of identity in this system of mind. Would you be willing, my beloved heart, to give way and let go for self, to be in clarity? Thank you. I appreciate you. I forgive the judgments I have formed in this mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projection I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the judgments that I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to infinite wholeness. I forgive the judgments that I have formed in creation. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projections I have placed upon you and the world. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive, I forgive, I forgive, I forgive the judgments that I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive. I forgive the judgments I have formed in mind. I embrace them in stillness. I return them to wholeness. I forgive the projection I have placed within you. I return them to wholeness. I embrace them in stillness. I forgive. Welcome back, everybody. Uh, yeah. Just take a moment to take each other in. Have a breath together. Hmm. We are into our final phase for our workshop, our time together, our journey together. Come to the end of our processes, the end of our practices, and we've got time to reflect if there is reflection. We have time for question if there's questions. And we have time to complete together before we say goodbye as well. So there's time and space for all of that. And if anyone wants to reflect on the processes, the practices, the day as a whole, anything at all, now's the time.
I am exhausted.
Um,
Exhausted.
Yes, it was.
One second, Jean. We're just gonna hear from Idir first, and then we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Idir.
just wanted to say this. The whole day was intense. I do not have the feeling of time passing. Do not realize it was a few hours, and yeah, my system processed a lot, and now it's time to integrate all of that and
Yeah.
to have a look at the recording in a few days, probably.
Mm. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's nearly 6 hours. It's quite a lot.
Can someone explain how come?
Maybe we took a lot of breaks. I don't know. I have to look at the recordings, see what's going on there. Hmm. Jean.
um, it was. It's been lovely, and I agree. It doesn't seem 6 hours. It seems, yeah, it seems to have passed very, very quickly.
Hmm.
And it's been. I enjoyed the, trying the parts. I've never done anything with them at all before, and it worked really well actually. It did.
Hmm.
Part appeared and then disappeared. It was good. I was really impressed actually. So I will definitely carry on doing that. Definitely.
Hmm.
It suggests every day to do that little exercise. Mm,
Yeah, if you want to. I mean,
mm,
I think that unblending is incredibly
mm,
useful.
mm,
And I would, if you want to do it every day, that's great.
oh,
Like, yeah, go for it.
regularly anyway, but I,
Yeah,
because I had no idea what the parts was actually all about, or that in the end the parts represent us as separated beings, and that by working with the parts it takes us home and back to
yeah.
Christ, Christ consciousness. And didn't realize it had that sort of agenda with it.
Mm,
So it's just
yeah.
really interesting. I'm really, really glad I came. Thank you. Both my partners were lovely.
Oh,
So thank
good,
you so much. It
good.
was really, really good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jean. It's really lovely.
Mm.
Mm.
I had some divine timing happening because somebody texted me right before we did that exercise. And I have no idea what they said, but immediately I felt myself stop breathing and get tense.
Oh,
And I'm like, oh, okay. I love real world examples. So
yeah.
I got to work with one.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, so I did it, and I'm glad we discussed all the stuff we did because it came up. Um, like I became aware that there was a part that wanted to just forge ahead. In other words, like spiritual ego trying to tell this hurt part of me, come on, we know what to do.
Yeah, great noticing, John. Wow.
Yeah, and I said,
Oh,
okay, maybe we won't get to the forgiveness. I'm just gonna stay here until I can maybe get a little more spaciousness around this.
Wow.
And I realized at the end that one of the one of the huge fears I carry with me is I project on others that they're judging me.
Yeah.
And I realized
Yeah.
I have no idea what they're thinking. And it doesn't
Mm,
matter even if they are judging me, but that's a big one for me, for sure.
yeah. Thank you, John. I can relate very much.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're here.
So great to know. I mean, great to notice. And that's going to be a part. Right? There's going to be a part that's really worried about that. And it will have very valid reasons. If you get to know that part, it might tell you exactly why it's so afraid of that.
Yeah. Well, what occurred to me was, oh, maybe this is like, from a past life where I was judged and I was crucified.
Oh, why would you even think that? Right? Why would you even think that? Do you know what I mean? It's like there might be some grounds for a reality there that's an experience. And, as somebody who has experienced some brutal deaths in horrific ways, I totally understand the level and the depth of fear that can be held in that. I mean, it literally comes down to a profound need to survive and the threat of intense agony. It's like no wonder there's this loaded quality sometimes to our experience that just doesn't add up. It's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Meredith.
Um, this was really great, and I felt like it was kind of the icing on the cake, or kind of like the culmination of multiple workshop type things I've done with you now. My
Mm,
first Zoom call group that I was in with you was the guidance course,
right.
Finding Clarity. And I took that, and it was kind of early on, even like in my exploration of way of mastery. I mean, it really just didn't land for me yet because I had so many parts of mine that were like,
Mm,
just bringing in confusion, bringing in like this is not safe. I did not feel safe in my body at all.
mm,
But what I found over the last course that we did around forgiveness is that going through the process of forgiveness has allowed so much more compassion. And so when I can meet my parts with that compassion, rather than judging and judging and going through that spiral, kind of as you drew it today, um, I'm able to actually feel a lot more and get into that place of safety. And then
mm,
there's such an expansiveness within me. So when I was in the last breakout room with a deer, and I was sharing, it was so crazy that the AI stuff started going off. I had fireworks going off around my head, and my hands were up here on my heart. I mean, I wasn't touching anything, and it was literally doing
Yeah,
explosion.
the fireworks were crazy.
It was like if I was sitting here, I wasn't touching anything. But to me, it was like it was just indicating like a light bulb going off. It was like I could finally get a felt sense of it. Because the
Oh,
logical part of mine really wanted to break everything down, and
yeah.
grasp it. Um, but I was able to feel enough spaciousness to actually get the felt sense. And so Thank you. I really enjoyed this.
Brilliant. Thank you, Meredith. That's really lovely to hear. Really, really lovely to hear that and I can kind of sense the arc of your journey through that. And that's, I mean, it's absolutely my intention with just about everything that I do, that we go from concept, which is important, but we take that into the experience of what that concept is actually pointing towards, because that's the reality. Like that's how we know something, is when we feel it as a quality of energy, and then we actually become it, right? In that moment, we become that quality of energy. Like we can become forgiveness as an experience, and that's when we really know it. And that's just, yeah, it's music to my ears to hear and feel and see that expression. And from everyone here, it's been a phenomenal day, for me in that respect. And it's a pulling together of these things into some kind of cohesive experience. I'm kind of working on bringing together more and more, in innovating these different threads of tremendous work into something that can sink into like a single experience of being, which is kind of what I'm interested in. So yeah, that's really, really lovely. Ah, Karen, hey,
Yes, I've been here the whole time.
good.
It's yeah, like everyone has said, it's just incredible how 6 hours just flew by. It was just so beautiful and so rich, and I just really appreciate your just the energetic, the feel. It was the feeling tone for me, the energy of just and that's how you started it off the meeting. It's all good, however we need it, however we need it to be for ourselves. um, there was no expectation, just allowing what needed to, putting it back to ourselves to feel into, our own guidance. And yeah, just tuning into our inner knowing. And it's just such a beautiful kind of integration of, the art of forgiveness with presence, um, with that expanded sense of spaciousness and knowing that that is who we are, in the midst of these blind spots. I guess for me, it's kind of the blind spots. It's there's these great feeling of expansion and beingness. But then, right, the blind spot will come up, but more and more, just being so much more present in my body and being able to kind of catch those. I don't want to call them red flags, because that's it's more the awarenesses. You're like, oh, okay,
Hmm.
here's a part that you weren't yet aware of, that you were completely blended with. So it's just this sense of this ever expanding awareness of these parts, and just the gentleness and the love and the beingness. I could see today the familiar sense of the fighter, wanting to get in there and change things. And, we spoke about that a lot, I think, with the spiritual ego and that part, that knows and that tries to manages all the other parts. So I don't know, I guess because there was so much, uh, that, yeah, it's not surprising that it went so quickly.
Hmm.
But yeah, I just really appreciate your approach, because it's so embracing, it's so allowing, and just loving, which is exactly, I feel, your message for today.
Hmm.
Or working with ourselves, with our parts. Wonderful demonstration of compassion and meeting these parts of ourselves in love. So,
Hmm.
and I really appreciate everyone's sharing. It really fleshed out, a lot of what we were talking about today. So thank you.
Wow, fabulous share. Thank you, Karen. Really.
I want to second that.
Yeah.
Just thank you to everyone, in particular you, Israel, for helping me use time constructively today.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I just wanna like just pick up on a couple of things there, Karen. Um, the way you caught the use of red flags, the way that you just that's so beautiful because so often there's this just subtle thread of inherent judgment in the things that we say. And it has impact, right? Every judgment, no matter how subtle, creates a field of separation and guilt.
Right.
And just catching that and just being like, actually, maybe I don't want to use that phrase about my parts that aren't doing anything wrong, that are calling for love and don't deserve to be judged. And that's okay that that phrase is there and I don't have to judge that. But it's like, they're just catching that is just beautiful. Like, so just my heart sings to hear that. It's just like, because that is the movement of love. And it's just that subtle shift and the way that you express compassion and the way that Meredith, you used the word compassion. And that's just is such a defining quality of self energy in the IFS. There are defining qualities of self, and compassion is right up there at the top. And you know that if you're finding yourself in compassion, if you're finding yourself in clarity and calmness, if you're finding yourself in confidence, if you're finding yourself in these qualities of energy, then you know that you're operating from a field of self, which is the same as saying, I'm operating from a field of Christ. And we get a foot in that, and then we get the rest of us in it, and then it just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. And I think it grows infinitely. But this is the beginning, and it just feels so good to witness and be a part of. Just loved this space and your share particularly. Yeah, it's good. At 7 o'clock. There we go. Bang on. Look at that.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Well, yes, probably not 7 o'clock for everyone by any means. It is for me. Meredith. No,
I was just saying it was 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Yeah. Karen, do you want to say something? Did you unmute yourself, Karen? Did you want to say something? No? Okay. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you so much. I would love this to go out. It's like I feel like this is such beautiful, valuable work. I'd love more people to connect with it. I am wanting to get much better at putting myself out there. It's a real challenge for me. It's something I find very difficult, and I'm really working on it. But it's there's a lot in the way that I am working with. Um, but I am aware that there is something of value here, and I would love that to be more available. I'm making this available, this recording, and I will ask for something in return. But if you feel to share it, if you feel to tell people about this, if you feel like you've received value from this, and if you feel like, actually, I think that other people could receive value from this, then please extend the invitation to come to this or to share in the recording. Um, and obviously, I'd like to be uh, financially recompensed in some way for that. Not to go into too much detail, but I struggle in that area a lot. Um, so that's my kind of desire, is that this grows, and that there's more people coming to this. And yeah, and if you have any testimonials, if you want to write a testimonial, or if you want to, record a video or so, whatever, that would be great as well. And if you're happy for that to go out, that would be wonderful. But those are really important things for me at the moment, in terms of extending myself, and moving through my rings of fear around being seen. And it's time really for me to become more visible, and to welcome more people into this. So just leaving that there.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Israel.
Yeah, well, God bless. Take care, and
Thanks.
enjoy being in a field of loving forgiveness for a
Yeah.
while
Okay.
as a practice. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye.